Let's go! So, happy Tuesday everyone. Today we're gonna be working on the engine of course, but primarily on the pistons basically. So here's the idea today. We're gonna be working on all these 8 pistons and work our way around and try to fit them all into the engine with what we think is going to be a good technique to hold the cam in place. I haven't found any better ways, let's say, to do it on the internet, but hey, we're gonna do with that because we cannot install the flywheel right now, so might as well try something there. So that's what we're gonna do. First of all, this morning we're gonna start by replacing those bolts in all the main cap of the connecting rod cap, I should say. So we're gonna replace those. I've looked on the internet. I know how to replace them now. Really not that hard. Pretty much like looking here, it's just that there's a sleeve holding them in place, so that's all. So we're gonna be punching out those and pushing in the new one. And yeah, the reason for that is just I bought some new one, so might as well. There was a bit of rust here and there on the head of the bolts, so we're just going to go ahead and just make sure that everything's super clean. So yeah, let's start with that. That's gonna be pretty easy. That's gonna be on the vice grip. So if you want to see what we're up to this morning, dual side. There you go. So basically that's what we are up to, so all the pistons and everything. So right now let's move to the vice grip. Front cam. In the meantime, I will take the cam out like this, like so. Push the extension there and do this. I think we're gonna be pretty good like that. Dual side. There you go. So basically here are the add-on I was talking to you yesterday. So that is in plastic, so it prevents from damaging any bearing or truss surface on the cap or even the rods themselves. So we're gonna go ahead and just clamp that in here like so. Push quite a bit on it, and I'm gonna take a hammer. We're gonna be hammering out those with a punch. So I should have a punch right there. So normally, first one I'm trying, but it should be pretty straightforward. There we go. As easy as that. Boom. So if we're looking here, everything looked quite great, to be fair, like no big deal or anything. I can see maybe the threads around the middle are a bit crushed or full of dirt. So anyways, we have those, might as well put some new. So one thing to note is that this won't prevent any big failure. Usually the connecting rods are failing above the bearing. So basically what we're doing is really just because we have the parts and they were low price, but not because like it's gonna prevent any big failure from the piston. So it was really just, I think it was $1 a bolt or something or so, so yeah. Oh, that's not the greatest way to do it, I guess. Can I just actually, oh, they are actually crushed already in there. Maybe I can just go and, yeah, they're going to stay there, or maybe I can crush it. No, that won't work with that. All right, I think we're not going to mess with that. That's gonna be when we're gonna be torquing them in the grip. That is going to make it work perfectly. So might as well remove them for now. So we're gonna be punching them in place. Well, not punching them in place, but pretty much just removing them for now. And when we're gonna be here, I kind of want to test it again. Maybe just holding like this. I don't want to be damaging anything for now. So yep, we're gonna do that when we're going to connect them inside the engine. So let's just remove all the caps. So the important thing here is to not mess up in what order they are. So I'm gonna go one by one and make sure I put them back right in their place on the table, because basically we need to make sure that we are keeping them exactly where they belong. You cannot swap those caps from a piston to another one. There we go. As easy as that. Easy job this morning. So basically when we're going to torque the next one, it's gonna crush in place, so that's gonna be perfect. Just need to make sure I'm not punching in the wrong position, but yeah, otherwise that's really straightforward. Because you don't want to be damaging basically what's around the bolt. You really want to just punch the bolt like so. So yeah, main reason to do that is to make sure we have some proper brand new bolts in there and make sure none of them were bent. Not that this is something happening often, so I think that's why they are cheap to replace, because you are not like supposed to replace them when you're doing a rebuild, because basically they are strong enough to hold the power. The connecting rod will fail before even getting to the max strength of the bolts themselves. So yeah, and that's why I didn't went with the super expensive ARP one. If I had some forged connecting rod, that would have been another story, but for now this is perfect. And there you go, all removed. Gonna try to grab them on the ground. I kind of like the style, so I might keep them. I'm that kind of guy to throw that in a drawer just because, like, hey, might be useful one day. There we go. Boom. Now, I'm gonna grab the actual bearing kit. Oh, you must be kidding me. No, okay, no, I think we're okay. Hopefully. I have a fear. I never opened that box yet, and I'm wondering, is that a kit for only one connecting rod? Oh no, I've already opened it. Oh, that's not the one. Okay, phew. I was like, it doesn't feel like it's the good thing. Oh yeah, no, the rods, we are on some king also. That's true. Not the total seal. Total seal's gonna be for the rings. There we go. Boom. So if I'm not wrong, these are some also 1 inch, 1,000 of an inch thicker, because we grounded the cam on both the main, and I won't be able to know it exactly here, but yeah, we grounded the cam on both. Oh yeah, I will be, yeah, 010. So it's is it 1,000? No, it's 100 of an inch thicker, because basically we grounded both the main journal and the main bearing and the connecting rod bearing for those. So there we go. So here, let's see, what do we have in that sheet? All right, pretty much the exact same thing that they were saying on the other one for the main bearings. So the layers and everything, and how they are made to absorb everything. So straight to the bin. There we go. So for that, we're gonna have the brand new stuff here. We might have to actually go ahead and clean those connecting rod bolts. For now, we're just going to open 4 of them, because basically we're just going to 2 pistons at a time. There we go. And there we go. Boom. So we're gonna be cleaning those. Let's put that aside, and we're gonna be opening these. So that's probably exactly the same thing as the other one, which means, since it's the same brand, which means one package here is the bottom and one is the top of the connecting rod. So I will try to figure out which one is which, but I think that's gonna be a bit harder to tell. I think they are pretty much reversible, because there's a notch on both sides, so that yeah, should be. And I don't think they have any bevel like some performance has. Yeah, no, so we should be all good. We should be all good. Let's put some brand new gloves and go ahead and start working on that. So yeah, we're good there. Here. So yeah, this morning's gonna be quite a thing. Let's read again in the meantime. So the rod clearance, that's gonna be after. I just want to make sure we're not skipping a step there. Once the crank is locked in place, flip the engine on its stand so that it is right side up. Install unlubricated rod bearing shells into the rod you are using. There's no need for piston ring during this. Lightly lubricate the cylinder wall and carefully install both the piston rod assemblies on the crank into the journal, tilting the engine on its stand. Okay, so basically we're gonna be locking that in place pretty much. And I think we're gonna try the technique we were talking about yesterday, because I don't have really any other way to do it. So I'm gonna take a screwdriver and I'm gonna wrap it into some masking tape just to prevent a metal to metal contact. So what I'm doing right now is this. There we go. So we're just going to wrap that quickly. Just like that. So we have a thin layer of protection on top there. And basically what we're going to do, for example, for that first one, we're gonna lock in between there and force it on that part there. So I feel like here we should be good. So that way we have access to here. Hopefully it won't be in the way for that, but I cannot like remove it from this side. So I need to make sure I'm not spinning on that side, but I should be good right here. So there we go. So basically that's going to be the idea here. We are hoping that's going to work, because we need to make sure it's not moving at all. And now what we're going to do is spin the engine and we'll see if it's staying in place. So far so good. So like this, got a bit of dust in there. So we're gonna be doing that. Then we're gonna grab a bit of the paper towel. We're gonna be lubricating slightly the inside here. Pump, pump, pump. So I'm just going to use a bit of engine oil to basically just go around that cylinder. number 2. That's number 2 on this side, passenger side. So just slightly lubricating it. So we're gonna make sure we're not dry. There you go. Leave that there. And now it's gonna be time to install our bearings into our pistons and go ahead. So the idea for the piston, like I said yesterday, we weighted all of them just to make sure which one was a bit heavier. Basically, I think it's pretty much exactly the same for all of them. There's a few grams of difference here and there. I don't think they are actually that there is that much of a difference. If I had to guess, 981 will be like the average. So we have one that's at 984, but I weighted it before the stream and it's now 982. And otherwise it's 82, 83 and stuff like that. So I'm gonna match the 83 with one that was already 980 and we're just gonna go from there. So here, knowing it's 82, I'm probably going to match it with one of the 80 or 81. So that's just going to be way easier. So that one's gonna be my first one here, knowing that this is the front and the mark seems to say that, yeah, that could go right there. I think that one's gonna be at the back there. I think that was one on driver's side. So I'm just trying to put them back in a place that will make sense. So if that's 82, that will be maybe my one. This side. Yeah, that will make sense here. Perfect, that's gonna be the first one I'm gonna put in place. There you go. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna open both my package here, making sure not to screw any bearing. Again, that's a stressful job right here. So there we go, and I'm gonna open the second package. There we go. Oh. There we go. So like I said, should be one on each side for every piston. Whew, we're getting into the stressful stuff now. So let's make sure we have enough coffee in our body. And I'm gonna bring you over here so you have a better view of what's going on. So there we go. Here, that needs to stay dry. Everything needs to stay dry actually. I'm gonna take a towel, just making sure we don't have any dust that came in the bearing surface overnight. Like so. Like so. And now I'm going to check if there seems to be any specific direction. So that one here seems to be working perfectly there. And yeah, works on both. So let's say the left side is going at the bottom because there's no precise thing there. So let's say this is the way here. That one's going on top. There we go. And now I'm going to just pass a bit of a towel on top there to make sure we're clean. There we go. So, super important to do that. I can already see I'm removing a bit of dirt from here. We're gonna go on the engine and start dropping the piston in place, which is going to be a bit scary at first, not gonna lie. So we're coming to the I would say first we're doing second piston in the firing order. So here we go. And all I want to see is, oh wait, there is actually a difference between where you're putting those. Okay, I'm gonna check because I'm gonna read on it. Because basically, when aligned, look how there is a thicker edge on the upper part and a smaller edge on the bottom part here. So I'm gonna make sure, because I know they were saying something about that. High performance bearing have chamfered edge, as well distinct upper and lower halves. Be sure to note this. Yeah, so we will have that. But on which side is it going, the chamfer edge? Is it going towards the inside or towards the outside? Because right now it will be towards the outside, making that a thicker edge facing forward. So let's take a look here. The paper I throw away might have the answer. King new XP series is designed to improve material and geometric. Yeah, that's what we know. We don't have any groove on those. Thank you, but no grooves. How are they get? Oh yeah, they are getting oil from the crank. Never mind. Duh. That's not product specific right now, so it's not really helping. Let me check. Is there anything else? No. No. 107 XPX. Let's look for that because we want to make sure we're not doing something stupid. That would check. All right, let's go. 107 XPN installation. I have those there. All right, LQ4 bearing. Piston and rod orientation, that's cool. Let's check that. All right, I'm not sure exactly. Let me try to look for a piston, well, rod bearing. This is what I have basically. Images. these ones are not. Yeah, he has the same thing here. I just need to know on which side the big thingy is going. I wonder why they don't have more specific. Let me check in the book, because I feel like I'm in chapter 7. Maybe there's a C chapter, blah 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 blah. No, there's not, but let's in chapter 8 for the assembly. What do I need to look at? Piston and connecting rod. Let's read, because that's what we're doing the best, reading before doing something stupid. As are on all rods must face the front, yeah. Gen 4 rod orientation, typical the side of the rod with the wider tab must face the front. Okay, so the wider tab, where is it? Haha, so you are the front, and I cannot really fuck it up. I think I'm gonna try to replace the bearing to see if it's changing the place. A close inspection of typical aftermarket LS rod reveals that the two sides of the bearing bore are not the same. Okay, so we have Gen 4 rod, so we can listen to that. And if I'm coming back one page, connecting rod. Look at the area where the rod cap meets the rest of the rod. Near these mating surface, you will see a wider tab. Yeah, perfect. That's what we just did. And this here is not the bearing. No. All right, so let's start with that actually. And if we are removing both bearings here. Sorry, you're not watching at all. Let me just close that. So basically what I'm talking about, because I'm talking alone right now and understanding myself, is that here basically you have some thinner tab, so the plain surface there, and you have bigger one here, so you see how shiny they are at the top, very top. So the smaller one goes toward the rear and the bigger one towards the front. So that's a good thing we read in there. And now if I'm looking here, my bigger edge is coming this way, so I'm going to remove that, remove this, and see if I'm flipping that around when I'm moving them from one side to the other. And I am, I think. Yes, this is now at the back. This is now at the front. Is it? Yes, it is, I think. So basically that will be matching with that here, like so. Yep, that will be coming like this. But we need to make sure that this is okay, because right now the edge is now facing towards the back, the big edge. Yes, and I need to make sure that I cannot mess that up. So if it's facing at the back now, and it makes sense now, it's facing towards the front, because we're using this alignment mark. All right, I still need to look for it. All right, I think they are called narrow bearings, so they allow a bit of oil to fall in between and helping the lubrication, if I'm not wrong. So basically, let me check LQ. Well, let's go with LS Gen 4 narrow bearing. rod bearing, and see what I have with that. It's time for some Google. Bearing installation. I'm not sure about the answer here. That I just need to know, and there's no picture in the book actually, because basically I need to know if I need to align them with the tab at the front or the tab at the back. So there's an exemption there with okay, I just need to know the orientation. Hey Jacobson, good morning. How are you doing? Hope you're doing great. I'm questioning myself this morning. LS gents for, let's write that, rod bearing orientation. Hope you have a wonderful day so far. Hope everything's great. I might have it. No. Yes, no. Maybe toaster. The rod have dimples on one side. So I've seen so many mixed opinion which way. I've heard the dimple on the rods face backwards and the dots on the piston face forward. That's true. It's been done both ways without issue. The dimple aren't there for orientation. Always look at the rug, big end, cheek, chamfer, proper placement. All right, we're doing that. It's all good. All right, we might have that. Okay, just as stated, look only at the big end of the connecting rod. The flatter side of the big end of the connecting rod always face towards connecting rod flat side. Pull two connecting rods facing one another mirrored. That's not what they say in the book. All right, let's see if that's true. If the piston has a direction mark or dot or arrow, the piston will almost always have the directional mark intended to face towards the front of the engine. That is true. Or okay, no, that's not our case. So perfect. first side of the connecting rod is only meant to meet the mirrored angle of the crankshaft. Do we have that actually? Is that what? Oh, that's what they call. Oh, okay. And we need to make sure that here. All right, I see the chamfer here. So we have that kind of bevel which allows smooth transition. And this is the chamfer side of the connecting rod is only meant to meet the mirrored angle chamfer on the crankshaft. So this is known as the crankshaft journal fillet. Okay, so if I'm coming towards here, basically, all right, I see that now. We have just a thing, but since I have a Gen 4 piston and connecting rod on a Gen 3 crankshaft, it doesn't matter because we don't have that edge on the crank. So, all right. This topic of a small or unpronounced crankshaft journal fillet was discussed in house as a joke that will plague that high performance rebuilder for an eternity. Procedure for assembly and for repair all follow the normal rule of the structural integrity. Never put flat side toward a chamfered side component that will be metal wearing perfect. Okay, that's a great answer. Doesn't know to follow the standard rule and can get away with the incorrect orientation to some extent to do loose fitment tolerance. All right, not exactly what I'm looking for. Correct rod direction for LS. All right. Oh, the thumbnail seems great.
Drifter engines saved my behind. So, if you look at these, it's really apparent now that it's brought to my attention. This side's flat, this side's got a big chamfer in it, right? So that makes it easy to put the main cap on properly. And this is the side that needs to go towards the crank on the back. And then the two flat sides are here right against each other. So this one was correct, but that one was wrong. So I actually had to take these out, flip them around, and then I'll reinstall it. I had 4 of these that I had to do. What up, buddy? How's your day? So I have 4 of them that I had to redo, so we were batting 50%, but now they are 100. And then somebody else said something about my cam bearings, that you should be able to see like the main journal or whatever, but that is not the case. There was only one hole to slot in here. Conventional, I believe, is that way where you can see the, I know that all of these guys are happy. So,
all right, so that's what we wanted to know. So there's a chamfer here, and that chamfer we need to match
chamfer in it, right?
The gap there.
That makes it easy to put the main cap on properly. And this is the side that needs to go towards the crank on the back. And then the two.
Which side did he say?
This is the side that needs to go.
Okay, the chamfer goes towards the crank.
Towards the crank.
And on the opposite side,
the two flat sides.
The two flat sides come against each other. Perfecto. So we have an answer now. And am I trusting a YouTube video? I am pretty trusting that. Hey, what's up, Blue? Let's go. Doing great, man. Look at this. I have like engine pistons there. I have an engine there. We have a bunch of parts all come together. Hey, I was thinking about you, by the way, last night. Not in that way. I was thinking, like, where are you at on Tarkov? Like, we said we will play together maybe last weekend, and like we didn't. Big poo-poo. Big poo-poo. So, I mean, and I've been playing quite a lot, I think. Last weekend, did I? Maybe not that much. Let's go! Level 23. I've decided I've been playing very infrequently, to be honest. Oh, fair, fair, fair. And I mean, depending on your job and everything, like my brother was supposed to play quite a lot with me, and it was up and down because he got stuck on another game with some other friends. And he was like, I'm sorry. And I'm like, dude, in 6 months it's going to reset. We don't freaking care. Like, the only thing right now, I'm aiming at maybe Kappa, by the way. I've decided that if there's a wipe where I can do it, it's probably now. For sure, if you're gonna be playing, shoot me a message in Discord. Sounds great, sounds great. I know sometimes at night we are we are quite often a 5-man already, but if we have place or anything, I'm gonna propose to the others if they want another teammate. I'm hoping I'll get Kappa this swipe, but I highly doubt it. Yeah, I feel like it's gonna be quite hard the longer you wait to get some tasks done. Like right now, I'm at 60%, I think, of Shooterborn done, and basically you always need to think that the later you do it, the less players you're gonna have on maps and everything, which can make it a little bit harder. But otherwise, I mean, sure, if you want to do it, go for it, but like, it's a crazy amount of tasks. Honestly, Max Trader is a really good goal. First, I'm almost there already, which is like insane. I don't believe how quick I clutched that so far. Yeah, Max Trader is a really good goal. I did that for the first time last wipe, and honestly, once you've done it and you know pretty much most of the quests you will have going up there, I mean, you can prepare already for those tasks when you're low level, and right now I'm 39, I think. So yeah, we'll see how it's going, but it felt great so far. Cool, so let's see here what we have. Dual side. You'll see, first of all, Max Raider then reached 46. If you reach level 46, man, you're gonna be amazed by the kind of task you're gonna have to do, because basically those tasks are just insanely good on XP. Oh, hell yeah, brother. We are working indeed on the engine. So I think here I am putting them in the wrong direction right now. We're gonna swap them, and basically that's gonna bring him further away from the chamfer part, because basically I will try to show it to you, and that makes kind of a lot of sense. So if you're looking here, basically I'm giving the space to the side where I have a slight edge that is machined here, compared to the other side. This one is still in rough material, so I still have a little bit of a chamfer, but it is in rough material, while the other side here is really well machined. So that means if we look back at the video, this is where we need to do that. Dude, they are. I've reached it last wipe, and basically it's about like for 30, it's about 25 to 35, 40 K XP for a daily, and 100 something thousand XP for weeklies. It's like you're basically getting up there, and then a weekly can turn into a level at this point, or like a 3/4 of a level. Let me just do that. I will try to go and look back just to make sure. Trouble T. That
really quick, I want to share this with you guys. Drifter engines. So that makes this side's flat. This side's got a big chamfer in it, right?
We don't have something as insane as him, but yeah.
Put the main cap on.
Perfect. So yeah, the gap on the chamfer size. Yeah, it's crazy good. Honestly, I thought I will get stuck before level 50 last wipe, and I ended up 51 or 52, 51 I think, just because of those things in the last 3 weeks of the wipe, so that was cool. All right, yeah, he has a way bigger chamfer than we do here, but he probably has an LS where we have a truck engine, that's why. Oh, let me do that properly here. Just making sure we're not breaking anything. There we go. Pushing that in place. Here we go. So that will say that I will say is good. And now let's see if this is a piston 1 or piston 3, piston 1 or 2 case here. So we're gonna read again. So it was better written. They say twice the same thing here basically, but here we can see it properly. Gen 4 rod orientation, typical. The side of the rod with the wider tab must face the front of the engine once installed. You can see this on the rod on the right. Perfect. So this here, the front side is like that. So technically, I think this is a rod supposed to face the back side of the engine, and that will come right here. Nope, will come on this side there, like so. Yep, so this will close like that, and this will be facing front. We have a F here. Now let me check if the one with dots at the bottom, because I want to make sure if there's really no difference. Yeah, that's what I thought. So here, the machine edge, no, it's facing the back actually also. We can see it properly in here, by the way. Unmachined. So the unmachined one, we see how copper and bumpy it is. Like copper color and super bumpy, and oh, here we saw it pretty well. So this is not machined, the chamfer there, but here it's all smooth and super clean. So this is what we need to take care of. So I want to see, whoops, I hope I didn't break the cam. No, we're good. So I want to see if I have a difference from one being, I think it's always the small faces that's not a machine. So I will follow what the book says and put the big wide one tab towards the front, because basically I couldn't have, yeah, big tab on machine, small tab machine. And the book says, and I trust the book, that this is supposed to be oriented towards the front basically. So we're gonna do that, we're gonna do this, and we're gonna believe in what the book says. That's gonna get all oily, and probably that we want both bearings to sit against each other. So that will be a perfect case of putting at the back. Well, not against each other, but yeah, I get what I mean there. And that's maybe why you have both possibilities actually in here. All right, I'm asking myself a lot of questions, by the way, I'm sorry for that. It's just that I really want to make it properly. So I'm gonna keep going in here and see if they are talking about it. All right, installing connecting rod bearing, we're gonna read that. If your rod caps are currently installed tightly to your rod, remove them in concordance with proper connecting rod cap removal on page 96. Start with the piston rod assembly for cylinder number 1. Remember, each is unique. Yeah, well, ours, since they are all new, after ensuring the bearing shell, piston rod assembly for number 1. Remember, each is unique. Yeah, but I don't have any idea which one was where when they balanced the crank. So, is there anything that could give it to me now? No. They just wrote front, and yeah, that's pretty much it. So I don't have any indication of where to put those. So they're not going to be unique in our case. As with main bearings, each bearing shell will have a tab that will fit into a recess in the rod cap. The shells must be fully seated with their edges flush with those of the rod or cap. Also note that bearing shells are not always the same, and your rod bearing may have a top and a bottom half. This is especially true when using chamfered rod bearing. to match high performance filleted crank. Okay, so that's what we don't have. Thinking to yourself helps, others. Talking to yourself helps. It always helps. Trying to figure out something, it's been proven that it helps. So basically, okay, we're pretty much, I'm pretty sure we are thinking too much right now, and that we are really okay with putting that pretty much like on any side we want, just because we're not having a real chamfered piston, and we don't have a high performance crankshaft, so that's why. If this is the case, check the back of the bearing shells, which are often stamped with a U or L indicating upper or lower. (807U), 807L. Oh my god, this holy hell. We have it! We have it! Thank you, book. That's why I bought you $35 just to give me those. We have a U and a L. Let's go! So now we can make sure we install those in the proper orientation. Hey, big. So see, this is upper, and upper is going in that part here. So just making sure again, as a double check, watch that the chamfer is in the edge of such a bearing will face the filleted edge of the crank. The chamfer must face the front of the engine on number cylinders and rear. All right, but that's not the case for us now. Upper and lower shell, and the upper shell is in the the upper shell pointing upper side. This is the upper side, this is the bottom side, so we were wrong right now. So let's do that, let's do this. So let's make sure here lower. Man, it's so stressful to build the first chef kiss. We love that. But yeah, basically it's quite stressful, Blue, so far, because like it's the first time I'm doing that, to be fair, rebuilding an entire engine, and like everything's so new, but I take my time, and basically it's been, we are week number 2 of the pre-assembly procedure, so I'm following the step-by-step I have in the book here, and we're taking all the measurement and everything, so we're making sure that everything is looking great. So this here, looking there, could be orientated as cylinder number 2. But like we said, we don't have any difference between a number 2 and a number 1 cylinder here, so it doesn't really matter. We have everything written as front, everything here, the dot on top, pointing at the front also, so everything's matching together. So we're gonna go. I know that shit will blow up on me. I can't even imagine laughing myself your bravery, man. I mean, hey, it will suck if it doesn't work properly, but at the same time, like, I guess I have to do it. So like you don't really have the choice. So yeah, so basically what we're doing right now is that we're gonna match, because since you were not there yesterday, let me show you. We're gonna match all our pistons, since we don't have any position or anything. There we go. So here we have the second number, the one the highest on your screen. This is the weight. We weighted every piston assembly yesterday, and we are matching them to have like a good balance in the engine. So right now the average is like 981, so 981 grams. So we're gonna go with that and get as close as possible while matching them. So right now I took a piston that was 981, so I'm gonna match it with a 981 too. So that way we're gonna be in between. I'm saying that, but wait for a sec. So these two, they're together. these two there together. Tack. The 84 with 80. Actually, yeah, we're gonna go and work around, so it's not going to be a big difference. So that's not the point where I'm stressed, because I don't think it matters that much here. So we said that this side is the lower, so lower shells goes in here. So that's why you just take time to read the book, because if you have an instruction book, well, you better read it and have the proper information to do what you need to do. Oh yeah, I forgot to just wipe that a touch. Just making sure that we don't have any dust from last night. Because basically that book is supposed to answer most of our questions through the entire build. So that's why we are following it and doing this step by step. There we go. Cool. So normally we will have here piston number 1, let's say. So the front being here, big tab there, everything's looking great. And same with that cap here. So that cap should be matching XC, XC, perfect. And this is coming like that. Cool. Time to throw that in place. So we're just going to put that like this, like so. I have faith too. I mean, I don't have the choice, because if I was not believing in myself for that one, I would just send it to a shop, right? You're not putting a few $1,000s on an engine if you really don't believe you can make it, I guess. So, all right, first one. Ugh, that's stressful. So we just need to go there, go gently in that, come here, catch it, and make sure we are not smashing it on the crank. And I did not put it in the right orientation, or did I? I did. I think. Oh, it's twisted, that's why. All right, I think I'm gonna have to push it out. Put a little. That's my screwdriver falling to the ground. I think I'm gonna have to put just a tiny bit more oil on the cylinder surface just to make sure. So that. Hey, what's up, Maggie? Yay, affiliate anniversary. Thank you so much. It's been 2 years officially, that means 2 freaking years that I'm streaming for fun. Here and there, doing a bunch of crazy thing. We love that. All right, engine oil all around. Now, let's try that all over again, the most stressful thing ever. This side toward the front, this side towards the front. That like this, like so. Oh yeah, now it's falling all easily in place. All right, we got it. So basically now, yes, it went fast. Yeah, that's true, because I got affiliated when I was teaching you. That's true. All right, so if you want to see, guys, this is where it comes in place. So from there, we're gonna grab 2 brand new bolts that I'm gonna just wipe out with a bit of mineral oils quickly. My God, the butt is slacking for real. So let me wipe those brand new bolts, cause this is what happened if you don't. They are dirty right from the box. So there we go, one, and let's grab a second one. There we go, so two are clean. Just going to check because I had a bunch of stuff happening on screen, so I want to make sure I haven't missed anything. No, all good, perfect. There you go, boom. So, from there, we need to grab the right cap. And I already forgot which one it was, so let's see. XC should be that one here. Yep, so this one's gonna be the one. So CN, and this should go like that, and I think the screwdriver is gonna be in the way. For now, it doesn't matter. Just need to make sure it's clean. Not the greatest thing. There we go. So just need to make sure it's really clean in here, because basically since we're gonna be calculating a gap, we need to make sure there's no dust preventing a good measurement there. There we go. So normally the one with no mark, because here when I'm talking about CN and stuff like that, I don't know if you're going to be able to see it, but like it's really pale, but it's really not showing up a lot, but there's some letters. Hey yo, is that still true? Tier 3 subs get their username on the left? Yes, it is. As long as there's space, and there's quite a lot of space, because I'm not at 1,000 viewers like I expected to be. It's still always true. So I just said that this should go here, this like that, and now I need to go like this. There we go. So we're just snugging that by hand, because we're gonna have to remove that anyways, because we need to put some plastic gauge on top there, so that's gonna be the hardest part ever. So now let's spin that little block, because first piston is in place. Look at this. Hey, we have a whole field in there. Let's go. And now that's gonna be a bit painful, because I'm gonna have to go on the other side of that. Boop, boop. There you go. Toot, 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 toot. So basically, we're coming to cylinder number 1. This is going to be a big reference point. So again, we're gonna make sure we put some engine oil in there. That's not the good one. This is. So we're gonna make sure we put some engine oil, lubricate everything on the top side here, just so we're not having a dry cylinder that will prevent us from, in fact, it's just protecting it from getting scratched, basically. Just helping us pushing the actual piston in place. There you go. So that's what we're doing here. And now we're gonna throw the second one in place. So what's fun is that I just need to basically look, because the machine shop did a F for front on all the connecting rods, so I just need to look for those. So I need to make sure it's facing the front of the engine, and now I can try to just throw it in there without damaging anything. There we go. So we're gonna open up, we're gonna clean, I mean, 2 more bolts. Point. There we go. Oh yeah, basically, again, I might do that a little bit later when the car is gonna be close to the end. But what I will love to do is promote also the fact that people who didn't believe in the project, but no, people who would like to like give their a bit of their own on the project. I'm gonna be putting the name of anyone who's willing to make a dono of over $100, like of $100 or more. I'm willing to put their name on the car actually. So as being like kind of part of the project, kind of a sponsorship if you want. But basically, what I want to do is we're gonna have all the engine bay here. That's gonna be super clean, super cool, and I'm showing everything with the small cam, front cam. So basically, all the engine bay, everything's gonna be super clean, super cool, super good looking. I'm gonna have a bunch of parts that's gonna be gold and black and a bit of purple and stuff. Like it's gonna be something I will be able to show off. And basically the hood on the Datsun open up this way. So it doesn't open up like one here like this, but on the other way around. And under the hood, I want to put all the name, like make something really clean, showing like a special thank you to, and like having all the names of those who will be willing to pay. So far I don't have a lot of people to be fair, but yeah, if there's more I will put all of them there. Otherwise there's gonna be the name of one person so far, maybe 2 with throw, let's be honest, but otherwise yeah, so we'll see at this point what's happening, but that will be cool. Like I will love having like 10 to 15 names in there, and basically that money I'm gonna use it to probably build up a live, like a IRL streaming setup. So that's my next project after the car is done, is to basically create a kind of a backpack, but in a way that I can go ahead and because I want to say it, but yeah, go ahead and put that like under a seat or something and bring you all guys with me at the track. So I will love to have a backpack, a streaming backpack that can just slide under the passenger seat, or having a bracket for it or something, and be able to stream from the racetrack. So this way we could be seeing the Datsun in action on the track, which will be great. So yeah, that's the idea there. This is done, 2 pistons in place. So now let's flip the engine, dual side. Oh, that thing's getting heavy now. And I need to make sure I'm not way. I forgot how intense it was when it was there. So, there we go. You can see what's going on here. We have both of them matched together. So we have basically a bit of play here. The thing we're gonna have to do now is to lock this from happening. So we're gonna have to make sure everything's in place and not twisting. Basically, the idea here is quite simple. We need to unconnect that again, holding it in place, put a piece of plastic gauge, and then reconnect everything like this and prevent them from twisting to make sure the plastic gauge reading is going to be good. So that's the idea there. It's not going to be easy because what they are saying is that you cannot do that on the cap here. You really need to do that on the piston side. So let's read it again just to make sure, but yeah. I will need to find my filler gauge this morning. That will be a great idea. Cool, so flip the engine over on its stand so the oil pan mounting surface is horizontal. That's pretty much what we have. We'll have to spin it just a touch, but hey, no big deal. Now remove a rod cap and lay a strip, yeah, okay, that's how they do it. lay a strip of the plastic gauge on the upper shell of the rod bearing. The lower shell in the rod cap and corresponding surface of the journal cannot be used. A plastic gauge reading here will be adversely affected during subsequent rod cap removal. Perfect, so that's why. So basically when we remove the cap here, we will destroy the reading, that's why. So that being said, we are at the point where we need to make sure we're not throwing the engine on the ground. I had a few ideas for that. One of them being using a piece of flat bar to lock that in place. So basically what I'm going to do is probably clamp that on here, just so we don't have something like the piston cannot, if I by inadvertence release it, like drop it, it won't go straight to the ground, because that will mean a broken piston basically, and I will need to buy some new one. We're not at a point of the project where I really want to do that, to be fair, so let's go ahead and try to make that properly. So I'm gonna clean that here, and I'm just going to use the C-clamp I had yesterday to basically clamp on the side here. So we have a part that is a casting place, and I'm just going to make it tight enough that I won't have to worry about so right now it's just holding. So if you want to see what it's looking like, there you go. So basically I just put that bar here so that it will prevent the piston from falling. So we are going to try on that side first. The other side, I don't have a place to clamp like this, so we're gonna have to think about how we do that. Yep, we're gonna have to think about it. Maybe I will be able to do something like that. So basically we just want that. At the back here we have quite a flat surface here, and it's the other side that's gonna be harder on that one. So you see, it's all about which one you're doing first. So yeah, that's just going to prevent that from falling to the ground. So now we're gonna need to basically go ahead and cut some plastic gauge. So let's bring those back in place. I thought I will love working with plastic gauge. I can tell you that it's not really the case anymore, because these things break with nothing, and basically they are not as easy as they seem. Like I thought it will be a bit more softer and sticky. Nope, it's a bit hard and not that fun to work with. So I'm gonna remove the gloves for now, because I need all the dexterity I can have there. There you go. So for the cam, let me put you up a little bit. Pump, 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 pump. So if this morning we can have those two pistons verified, what time is it? 11:14. Yeah, I think we can. If we can get that done first time, then we're gonna start moving to all the other side. So basically I'm gonna set everything up, then I'm gonna lock again here, because I need to prevent that from happening. So that really needs to stay like up in one specific position. So the idea here is going to be to lock the engine right here so that it cannot move at all, hopefully. Yeah, something like that. So every time I'm gonna be torquing, I'm gonna try to apply the pressure towards this direction there. So this way it won't be able to move, and the reading is gonna be okay. Because the only other way to lock that pretty much is to install the flywheel, which we don't have the space to do so, and to lock it with a tool or something on the side here. So we're not going to do that, but we're gonna try it this way here. So let's start with piston number 2 right here. But first of all, like I said, I need to cut some plastic gauge. So this is the brand new one. This is the leftover, and this one should be empty, I think. Is this the brand new one? Wait, what? Alright, I still have some in here. This one seems brand new. I have some in here. Then who are you? I thought... Wait, what? I had another package? Oh, well, I bought some for no reason then. Because I thought I was out of plastic gauge, but seems like I had more than I thought I had. So how good is that? That's the perfect size. So I already had a piece cut it there. So I'm just going to take my measurement with that bearing here. We're going to use that as our reference point. There we go. So right now what I'm doing is preparing my plastic gauge part. So there we go. So this is how it's going to look like. You won't be able to see it from there. And I don't want that tilted because I'm gonna drop it to the ground. So I feel like I've bought some plastic gauge for no reason so far. But I prefer to have more than not enough to do the job. Knowing how much we have thrown the plastic gauge on the ground last time, like how many of them went straight to the ground, I think it's a good shout to have more than not enough. All right, there we go. So I'm just going to stick that there. There you go. Perfect. So we have two pieces here. We're gonna try to use that for what we need to do now. That and that. It's a bit sticky on that bearing surface, so that's cool. Hopefully it will help. But yeah, trust me, it's not easy to use. There we go. There we go. So now let's remove the caps. So first one here. So I need to hold it in place. Put that aside here. Oh my god, that's going to suck. I'm telling you that. I need to make sure I'm not scratching anything. So I need to hold it in here. Throw that piece at the bottom there. No. All right, I thought I'd throw it to the ground, but not yet. There we go. All right, so far I think we're good. And now I'm going to push that back here, that side being that side. Need to make sure I'm putting that on the right side. One done. I'm tightening that by hand, making sure we're all good, and we need now to make sure it's not moving at all, therefore why we're locking with the screwdriver. Now same thing on this side, so we're gonna be holding that. I'm gonna be releasing that, bringing that to here, trying to lock that in place. much. So basically we're just trying to make sure we have a locking device preventing the piston from falling down if I do a mistake. Not the greatest, but it should work if the worst happened. Let's try that even more. That's gonna fall. It's hard to find a good spot actually to clamp it. There we go. Yep, that's good. Perfect. Whew, we got this. So let's go again. So I'm holding that. I'm gonna remove and release the cap here. Like so. I'm gonna release that. I almost dropped the piston there, see? That's why we're taking some preventive stuff. Grab the piece of plastic gauge. I'm gonna try to drop it in place. Almost went to the ground. There we go. I think we're all good so far. And this is the way it is going. All right, we're getting there, guys. Everything's holding together. Now we're gonna need some filler gauge. I need to find those back. I think I know where they are. And yes, I did. They say I will need 2 of them, so let's see. So basically, filler gauge, for those who don't know what that is, this is the thing. You might have seen that in different movies or whatever. Basically, this is just used to measure a gap. So they are from thick to super thin piece of metal. And basically, we use those to just measure the thickness of something. So you can combine many, you can use only one, doesn't matter. The idea here is that they all have a measurement. So for example, this one is 0.009 of an inch or 0.229 millimeters. So that's the idea here. So that's what we are going to use to basically put in here and prevent any movement in the caps. So that's the idea. And now let's throw that in and see if we can actually lock them. So I'm gonna try to figure out what thickness I'm gonna use. So I'm going bigger and bigger. 0.09 was quite good. So 0.012 might be even better. Let's just clean those because they are super nasty. Super, super nasty. See, so that one is not getting in. So 0.09 was going, but 0.009 was going, but 0.012 is not. So just to give you an idea of what the difference, what kind of difference you can find there. 0.010 now. 0.010 is going. 11. Let's clean that up. It's super disgusting. 11 barely wants to go there, so I will say 0.010 is pretty much our clearance right now. So yeah, uh, 11 went in actually, so not too bad. So we're gonna place that in here and try to make sure there is no gap. I'm gonna try again 12.12 just to see if it's willing to go actually, because we really want to. Oh, it is, but oh gosh, it's tight, and that's perfect. That's what we want. 0.13, because basically that's supposed to remove the twisting pattern on the caps, and that's what we want to do right now. We want to remove that twisting pattern because basically that will make a false reading onto the because I want to say it, I'm trying to focus all at once. It's gonna make a false reading on the plastic gauge basically, so that's why. So now we haven't crushed it yet, so we can like play a little bit and like feeling around a little bit, but yeah. All right, 0.14 probably my last take there. We're gonna try to put that other one on this side. Yep. And so this way, this is how they are doing that. We are preventing any movement from happening. So let's go. Here we go. And now we're gonna be able to pretty much torque down those two bearings. So let's see. Okay, repeat the plastic gauge installation procedure for the other rod we just did. Now inserting two filler gauge or similar items between the rods to prevent twisting on the journal. Fully tighten the bolt to spec. See chapter 20, chapter 8, part 22. Let's do that. 22, tightening connecting rod. I'm just going to use you as a marker. The procedure described in this step apply to engine using a GM connecting rod or rod bolts only. If using aftermarket rods or bolts, follow the tightening procedure specified by the manufacturer and read utilizing fastener stretch below the information. Flip the engine on its stand so the oil pank's facing up, which we already have done. More difficult to turn now that piston and ring have been installed. Oh hell yeah, because it's heavy. Torque each. Oh, okay, it's gonna be when we're gonna have to rotate the engine, yeah. Torque each bolts initially to 15 feet per pound, then install your torque angle and give each bolt an additional 75 degrees of twist. Mark on or near the bolt so you know you have tightened it. Perfect, repeat on each. Important that early style GM rod bolts only to be twisted 60 degrees instead of 75. Most foolproof way of determine whether their bolts are this type is to look in the area between the bolt head and the thread. If the bolt has a thick shank with a series of shallow vestigial thread starting below. What? A shallow vestigial thread starting just below the head. It is an early style bolt. Later style bolt all had a narrower shank interrupted by a larger diameter sleeve somewhere between the bolt head and thread. Compares the early left to later style right bolt. We have later style right now. Yep. All right. Let's go. So it's gonna be 75 degrees. So in initial one, and like I said, we're gonna make sure we are forcing towards here, and it's gonna be a 15-inch pound, which means we're gonna go with the small torque. That is. Where is my smaller torque wrench? It's over there. So 15, if I remember correctly, it's going to be something like 185, I think. Let's see. So many things. All right. 15 feet pounds, 2 inch pounds. 180. It's 180, not 185. Let's go. So let's set the wrench to that. All right. 185 minus 5, it's 180. There you go. And now we need to use, oh, actually not you. We need to use the number 11 socket, which is there. Oh, that's on the big one too. All right, let's put that one away. And use the 11 one. So I'm gonna clean it. And since it's the first time we're torquing those ones, they're gonna be a bit more hard to use right now. Those bolts, they are going to take a bit more effort just because they need to be pressed in place on the first time using them. It's worth cleaning your tools before using them on an engine. Just saying. I shouldn't be doing all that with no gloves though. Just saying. I'm gonna put back some gloves because this is chemicals. All right. And I just broke my glove. Let's grab a new one. So far so good. It's not too bad to do that procedure. It's not the greatest thing to do. Like, it's not fun, but it is working pretty well. All right, let's go. So the idea here is to always force towards me so that it stay locked in there. If I'm forcing on the other side, front cam. Hey, good morning. How you doing? Hope you're doing great. As great as this engine starting to have piston in it. Oh, hell yeah. So that's what we're about to do right now. If you wanted to know, we are basically, we just installed 2 pistons. I'm super happy to say hello, friend. Yay! And yeah, so basically right now we installed 2 pistons and we are testing the gap. So we're pretty much on one of the few last steps. There's another last step that is super long, but that's probably the second to last longest step we still have to do before putting the engine together for good. So let's go ahead. Dual side. Oh, by the way, I haven't told you that, but on my last raid last night, I almost got gluey. And I saw almost because I extracted, lump died right at the beginning of the raid, and I basically went through the entire raid, and it went super well. But no, my boyfriend. But basically, right at the end, I went to Dome, heading to D2, and I just went like, hey, I'm gonna go take a look on the Dome. There's just 5 minutes left, so there's nothing happening on the map, might as well. And the train just left, and I was like, usually when train arrives, if he's in case, he's moving to that to the train station, and then when it's leaving, he's coming back to case. Just as I was thinking that, there he was in the middle. I hit him twice, and then I dropped 10 bullets on him, but he was hiding behind something that was not showing up. So that fucker didn't die because I wasn't able to basically kick his ass. So, and I just received the quest to kill him, by the way, yesterday. So I would have done the quest of killing him right there before leaving through D2. I would have been so happy, but yeah, at 3 minutes I didn't have the choice. So I just decided to go down D2 and leave. So yeah, I survived, but I was a bit pissed that I couldn't make it. Would have been cool to kill him right there. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. So all of them are torque to 15 feet-pounds, and now we're gonna go with the angle torque. That's where it's going to start to look a bit sketchy, I guess. That we're gonna use a bunch of tools here. We're gonna go with that and the torque wrench here. Sorry for the sounds. So we need to make sure the engine's not spinning at all. So here, let me basically clean my tools because we're gonna be using a bunch of those things. Yeah, so close, but hey, I'm gonna get him later on. We already did all the bosses last wipe, so we're gonna get that one. It was a super good spot though. I'm just sad my like 2 shot of M62, and what was the worst is I saw him heal behind what was not rendering. I think it was basically a train wagon or something, but it was just not rendering. So I was looking at him healing and I was shutting him, and I wasted like 10 M62s until realizing like, yeah, that's not going to make it. It's not penetrating at all. It's not doing a shit to that. So yeah. That sucks. And it was way too late to even think about going down there and try to kill him from down there. Cool. So let's go with now what seems to be the most scariest part of that, the angle torque. So there we are. And we're gonna go to 0 and we're gonna add 75 degrees of torque to those. So like I said, I really need to force towards me to the other side there. So we're gonna go, just making sure again, 75 degrees. There we go. And here we are. $75. That's 75. Yes, it is. Perfect. And second one, we're gonna be going back to 0. We're gonna spin that. There we go, 75. Now that's gonna be the awkward one. Not too bad. $75. Tell me that the cap didn't move. All right, I'm gonna need an extension here. Oh no, it's that make a sound. I'm gonna need a small extension for that one because my screwdriver is indeed in the way. I don't know if he's still here, but Blue wasn't here a bit earlier. He's now level 23, and he's willing to play. He said he has been less consistent than last wipe playing lately, but yeah, he's in here. That's not the greatest. Let me switch that to here, so I'm gonna have a better view of what I'm doing. $75. Good. So I don't feel like the engine move at all. So, which is the good news, because basically if it was moving at all, like rotating just a slight a slight amount, that will mean our measurements are bad. So right now it seems like we have done everything in a proper way. Now let's come back to our page here. I'm just going to throw that there. Good. Now with the 2 filler gauge still inserted between the rods, loosen all 4 bolts but only a few threads. You may then remove the filler gauge to separate each cap from the rest of the rod. A few gentle hammer taps on top of each other will likely be needed. All right, okay, so, oh, I get it, perfect. So basically what we're going to do here is to actually use you, Pikachu. You are an 11. So we're going to start removing those. No, I need to make sure I'm going towards me. Otherwise, the engine's gonna spin and it's gonna break our measurement. So, oh yeah, that's tight, eh? All right, just a few threads. All right. That's super important to always force towards me, otherwise, Tim or not Tim, après les chevaux, telle est la question. Oh shit, oui, je le veux. I want, gimme le Tim. Tim Horton, oh hell yeah. Now we're talking. I think we deserve it, to be fair. Like, come on. That one's done. That's the one we're missing. That's working. That's good. That's good. The cap are already breaking free by themselves. So I'm gonna go with a few couple of threads more just to make sure, yep, they are breaking free by themselves. Let's go. Whew. Hey, so much love. Hug, you can now use the hug command if you want. Exclamation mark hug. You can. We have that now in here. You can hug flow. You need to exclamation mark hug at, there you go. There's a hug now. We spread the love. All right, let's see how it's going there. That's a way to spread the love, I guess. And yes, there is a counter of how many hugs you have done so far in the channel. Come on, that was not supposed to fall like that, but hey, let's use it to our advantage. That felt so light, it was so weird. All right, we have it. So we have a first measurement here, so you see the plastic gauge in there, so that's what we're gonna be looking at. Let me unconnect the second one. So let's take a note. So that one, we measured it into piston, so CN was number 2. I'm just going to take a quick note because I want to make sure I'm reusing the same one in the same order when we're gonna reassemble everything. I don't know if self-hug or Well, they should be if you're doing at yourself. Can you at yourself? Yes, you can. Self-hug tolerated. Let's go. Oh, okay. You mean like if someone's just hugging without saying a name? Yeah, nah, that's not how the command works. Starvation or starvation? Starvation sounds a bit weird. Wrap patate du travailleur saucisse avec la patate, merci. Puis l'infusé à froid. All right, so cylinder 1 is XE, I think. Yeah. XE. Cylinder 2 is CN, we said. And we're gonna confirm that the rods are matching. CN. Perfect. So these are noted, duly noted. And there we go. They are not getting removed anymore, which means we press them properly. So there you go. I'm just going to do that. Where are you coming from? I'm afraid. Okay, yeah. There we go, there we go. We are getting a bit messy in here, so we need to take care. There we go. Now let's remove that one here. Give her order or your smartass is getting nothing. I just said my order. The wrap, the breakfast wrap worker wrap. I don't know how you call them. Alright, that's scary as shit to do because I've already dropped one, like I said, so now I'm super gentle with them. Alright, then we got a second measure right here. Perfect, not the greatest spot, that one, but it's still doing the job. So there we go. And I'm guessing that if I'm doing that, hell yeah, I even have the measurement straight on the cam. On the crank, I mean. Workers' breakfast wrap, maybe. Yeah, I think that's what it is. That will make sense. With the sausage, because sausage is the best. There you go. So boom, here we are. We are having our stuff there. Let's show that to the stream. So basically here, we're now going to use those paper right here, so like these ones, to take the measurement of the spacing here. So like I said, I can do that either here. I will say we are at between 0.03 and 0.002. Quick like this. Yeah, pretty much. So 0.0025 will be a good guess, pretty much. That one's closer to 0.002. So let's see what we should be reading here. To separate each cap, yeah, this is best done with a socket. Small are good, we didn't need that. Loosen its bolts to rest of the way. Set the cap aside and remove piston and rod assembly from the engine. You may now measure your plastic gauge. If clearance is acceptable for both rod, you may continue to the next step, but again we suggest repeating steps 15 to 18, the other 3 rod journal on the crank, so as to account for the product. Yeah, perfect. The only thing is, what is an acceptable tolerance? Hello? Oh, I think they were telling me earlier. Yeah, there. rod bearing. High performance, moderate to high performance should be between 0.00225 and 0.0025. I just said I was pretty much bullseye in that. And those, that makes sense because those are high performance bearings. Sausage on top of bacon in breakfast sandwiches, of course. Hell yeah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Bacon is definitely better than sausage. Not our fault you're Canadian and have ham slabs instead of actual bacon. Fuck off. We have some proper bacon, dude. We do have some proper bacon. It's just that sausage is better, just like smoked meat is over the top on everything. Smoked meat is better than bacon and then ham and then sausage, okay? No one's gonna make me say something else. Front cam. Front cam. No one. Smoked meat is the shit. Yeah, the ham slabs are, what are they calling that in the UK? Which is basically just a slice of ham. I don't remember, but NPV was telling me that, and it's like, holy crap, it looks shitty. Canadian bacon in America is like the ham for from the lunch. Yeah, I mean, get the fuck out. All right, Hawk, I'm really sorry, but hateful speech is not tolerated in here. So there you go. It was a 1 second timeout, okay? Calm down. Yeah, but she said, by the way, because I see the ban for being allergic. Yeah, no, I saw that afterward, okay? I saw you're right that you just written that you cannot eat that because you're allergic to the smoke. Well, she has the power in the other channel, so it's like the first time in months I haven't used a timeout or something. And I just thought putting that on hateful speech was like mwah, chef kiss moment there. But yeah, it's not your fault. It's sad for you because honestly, smoked meat is on another level, and I have one of my friends doing his own smoked meat, and holy shit, that thing is tasty. He's receiving us for Super Bowl, and I really hope he's gonna have some for us. He's doing his own bacon and his own smoked meat, and a lot of those meat he's doing in himself. It's so good. Also, I was still looking for the word. What are they calling that? TFG, NPV, and all those guys over there are calling that. I think it started with a P, but I'm not sure. It's like something gammon. It's a G. Yeah, gammon. That shit is just sliced ham. You take a big piece of ham, you slice it, you call it gammon. So, yep, nope, not a big fan of that. All right, so we were saying 0.002. A bit over 0.002, we will be spot on. Yeah, we are a bit over 0.002 on the crank, actually. Or like spot on it. I heal the girlfriend leaving. Yep, we are ballpark in the moderate to high performance gauge, which makes sense because what I was about to say is that the bearing we use on this engine for all the cranks, so crank, main journal, and the connecting rod here are basically some high performance one that add an extra clearance for oil. So basically What that means is that we're gonna have a tiny bit more oil in between the bearing surface and the crank, which allows for extra protection basically. So this is really cool, this is perfect. So we are super happy with that now. So we may continue. So I'm gonna write down there what we're going to do also. Oh, I haven't noted those. At this point, I'm just going to reattach that and leave them to the side. Oh yeah, I need to clean them first though. So let's grab that. And we're gonna clean the crank also, so we are not forgetting about it. So let's go. So from here, we're gonna just redo the same procedure all over again. And it's gonna be like that until we're done. And then we're gonna move forward to the next step. So a bit of mineral spirits is getting rid of that. Just making sure I'm not touching with my nail, because I can scratch the bearing surface just with the nail to give you an idea. So there we go. This is removed. Let's make sure we have the same cap. XCXE. Perfect, because everything's identified and matched together. So now with that done, I'm just going to close the cap like this and put that aside for now, so we're not losing those bearings. So everything's matched together. I'm just going to put them wherever they want to go on the bench. Same thing here. Let's clean that little bit of plastic gauge, because we don't want that in our engine at the end of the day. There you go. And making sure we are putting that on the right sides. There. You playing tonight? Oh, hell yeah. Of course I am. And I will probably not go to bed at 10 like last night. It was not 10 when I went to bed, but I left quite early. Nice, sounds good. Sounds great. Oh, hell yeah. This morning, okay, so I went to bed early, and this morning I woke up like it was 9:30, and I was like, if you think I'm not doing a quick scav before going streaming, you bet you're wrong. And I just went for a little scav out there. So that's what I've done. So I just did a quick factory scav where another player scav shot me in the face. And I was like, okay. And then I came here to stream. Dual side. Dual side. So here, oh, let me try to show it to you. Actually, I know you can see it right there, but here are the plastic gauge on the surface there. So let me rotate that so you can see those lines at the bottom. We're going to clean those. Basically, I've measured on the bearing surface, but also on the journal surface to have a proper measurement, like see if both were saying the same thing, and they were, which is great. So that means we are ready to go now. Cylinder 1 and 2 check. We have a proper measurement here. So one thing that could be said is that if we're having one bad measurement somewhere, we might be able to mismatch some stuff to help us get in the proper clearances. So if I have one that's a bit more tight but still in the tolerance, and one that's a little bit too big, a bit outside of the tolerance, I could switch those pistons from place to place just to try to get the good average gap all over the place. So that's the idea here. But yeah, so far so good. There we go. And I just dropped that through the cylinder. Easy. Man, it's cold now. All right. So what else? Well, we're gonna go and we're gonna start doing that one here. So basically we need to make sure that this one stay locked again right in place. This one, this time I'm gonna have to lock it from here, which means I'm not going to work this direction, like will be better like this. I won't be working from torquing on this direction but on the other side, because basically I will have to block it like that. So probably from the other side will work also. Not a fan. It's moving a bit too much to my taste. That's working great. So here we have a good access to that, and basically it's gonna prevent us from moving at all the crankshaft. So far this technique, I'm pretty sure it will work perfectly to measure absolutely everything. So looking at that from behind there, you can see I've locked that right here, and so I cannot move. If I was to force on the other side, I could move, but here I'm stuck right in there, which means no movement at all. With that said, let's clean that and let's prepare our next set. Since Flo is grabbing me some lunch and I don't have to worry about that, I'm gonna go a little bit over my lunch break just so I can keep going. I'm starting to think to maybe just go ahead and make a longer stream today and then not like two different streams, because basically if she bring me the lunch I can just keep going. And I want to get that as far as possible today without staying up too late, because I need to prepare some stuff for my class that I have tomorrow night. So yeah, just need to verify a few things. There we go. Oh, and I need to go to the grocery store today. I was about to forget that. So yeah, let's do that. I think today I'm gonna go ahead and make a video. Sheesh! Let's go! What a raid! At the moment I was saying I'm gonna do a longer stream, because usually I'm leaving at 12. It's now later than 12, but I'm gonna say, hey, what's up? So thank you for the raid, Toxic. Oh yeah, it sounds like toxic, but just with a H. Oh, I see what you did there. Welcome by, what up? So Junebug's Adventure, welcome, first time, let's go. So how you doing, all of you guys? What were you doing? Welcome on my channel. Front cam. There you go. So welcome here, welcome in my little garage at my home, where we're basically streaming some car stuff since so many months. So many months. You got it. Oh my god, all those names I need to read. Jebizus, I will say that, because you will see I'm not an English speaker. I'm a French Canadian who's doing some Twitch for fun. This is exactly 8 Piston. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, I appreciate that so much.
Just joined the crew.
Let me grab that. So basically here what we're doing right now is we're working on an LS engine, well, an LS family. Some will say it's not really an LS because it's a LQ4 junkyard engine that we are upgrading quite a lot. So we have a V8 6-liter that's going to go in that car behind me, which is a Datsun 280ZX 79. We've done quite a lot of work on the car. Do you want a little tour of everything that happened? So I'm telling you, the camera will probably glitch because I think my USB extension is not super happy lately since I've been doing welding over it. There you go. Let's go, all the follow. I love it. Thanks so much.
11 just joined the crew.
Dual side.
Did you know with Amazon Prime, you get a free sub every month? Any primers?
Thank you, Jonathan, for that. So basically, here we go. So we have a big project where we went all across a lot of different things. So just to give you a recap of what happened, we deleted all the electronics from the old engine. This car used to have a 6-cylinder inline 6, basically, which was from Datsun, Nissan, and basically the ancestor of the RB engine you will find in Skyline. We deleted all the electronic that was not necessary anymore, and now we have a really simplified electric wiring loom, just a few electronic bugs over there. Everything has been cleaned up. We try to make that as clean as possible. We have a
June
custom
Months
subframe
Adventures
there.
just
What's going on?
joined the crew.
For Toxic, he says thank you and hope you have a great stream. He is struggling to type hi. It's all good, man. It's all good. So thank you again, Toxic, for all that. Thank you for the raid. I really appreciate that. What made you go with LS and not RB? Availability, budget, definitely two of the big things there. So yeah, basically for the budget, okay, I'm gonna give you the perfect like thing behind that, the reason and everything. So basically everything's done here. We have the subframe here. Basically those are from Apex Engineer in the US. It's a custom subframe. I did a custom steering rack swap. We have a Fiat 500 steering rack on some Volvo tie rod, on some Subaru part, and we're gonna be rocking an electric power steering behind the dash here from a Subaru BRZ 2017. So that's like a big conversion. We're gonna have full of control on that. We have also all the parts over there. For the rear setup, we're having some Willwood big brake on the way. So yeah, a lot of different things. Now, for the question, why did I win LS? First of all, it's easy. It's quite easy. Basically, I never have done such a big project in cars. I have a BMW M3 E36 I'm basically racing, but it's quite in its stock form except a few mods. I have a bunch other project I've done in the past, but never something as big as that. So first of all, LS engine, super easy platform to work on and to have information for. Second thing, front cam. Second thing, I bought a full van, a delivery van from a company that had that engine in it for $800. Remember, I'm Canadian, so that means about 600 US dollars. So bought the full van. The van had a problem where at some point after 10-20 minutes it was stopping. It was just like stopping by itself. Guess what? The fuel tank was pretty nasty, so probably just a fuel filter that was getting clogged. I drove the van 50 kilometers, did a burnout in it, and then we spent a weekend removing the engine from it, and yeah, it's a stole. I sell the body of the van for $500 after that. So if I'm adding the fuel to drive it, because it was 2.5 hours away from my home and everything, the engine plus the transmission plus the wiring loom and all the things I wanted from it cost me $450. That's a really good reason not to go with an RB that just the base of the engine costs you $3,000 to $5,000 right now. So that was pretty a good that was a good argument in going with the LS. And after that, I will say also I sold the automatic transmission that was coming with it for $300, I think. 300 or 400. Basically, I almost repaid the engine itself by selling a bunch of stuff all around. So the engine didn't cost me anything. Until I sent it to the machine shop where it was in really good shape, but they did all the cleanup, everything. So now we are starting fresh. Everything was honed. Everything is getting a big upgrade and all those things. And we are putting a little lovely dual side. This we're going 6-speed manual because yeah, that's also a thing we did on the car. We basically went from 4-speed automatic transmission to a full swap, manual swap. So I added the third pedal in there. We managed to make a setup for the master cylinder and everything, and we're going with a T56 Magnum transmission, which can hold 700 feet-pound of torque. So that's pretty cool. Also a few other things things we've done here. Deleted the battery from the front, added the terminal here. Battery is now at the back. And yeah, we're gonna have a Toyota Hilux brake booster matched with Willwood master cylinder with proportion valve and stuff. You can see that right here. So we've done a bunch of things right there. So big Willwood master cylinder here. So yeah, quite a big project. It's wild. We've been working on that since July, and I'm planning to drive it around May. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, honestly, I've put a lot of effort on that, and the only reason I'm streaming that is that I'm not a mechanic. Like, my normal job is in 3D animation. In the cinema industry, basically, and I've been working on a huge oh yeah, I forgot to mention that, Jabby. It's a turbocharger setup, because that was not enough. Front cam. So basically, I bought a big ass turbo from a guy who had a pretty similar recipe. So this is an LQ4, and we're going turbo. We're aiming at 600 HP at the wheel. The entire build right now we're preparing, maybe except like the connecting rod there. Everything is prepared to around to support around 800 to 1000 HP, which we're not aiming for. Basically, that sounds great, but the car is so light, it will be like just stupid at this point. So yeah, so for now we're going with the V8 turbo. We have a turbo stage 3 cam from Summit Racing going in there. Well, it's installed at the moment, and basically the guy from who I bought the turbo had an LQ4 with a turbo in a BMW E92, and he made with the turbo maxed out at 24 psi. He had oh shit, blue coming in.
Branded
Let's
Blue
go.
gifted us Jubizoos 11 a sub. Enjoy. Branded Blue gifted a tier 1 sub to us Jubizoos 11.
Let's go. Thank
They
you
have
so much
given
for the
2
gifted
gift
blue,
subs
you
in the chat.
legend. So yeah, basically, yeah, this tool's gonna be insane. Basically, what's up with that is that we're going with the turbo setup, and the guy who had the turbo made 24 psi on the turbo and did 820 HP to the wheel on his BMW. We're planning on running at maximum 15 psi, and we're gonna be probably having a tune to go in between. I just ordered the ECU, by the way, so the computer to control the engine. It's a pre-order actually, because I bought the latest thing on the market. We're gonna be rocking the new Haltech Rebel LS ECU that's designed especially for those engines. So that's gonna be amazing, and that will probably allow us to put a tune on a Stream Deck in the dashboard, because basically Haltech are doing a keypad looking like a Stream Deck basically, and you can mount that in your dashboard and change parameters on the fly in your ECU. So you can activate like launch control, flat foot shifting, stuff like that straight from inside the car. And I'm planning on maybe having like a few different tunes, like 3 of them. So one for the street, where I will be basically running bare minimum pressure on the turbo. So if I'm putting, let's say, a 5 or 7 psi spring on the wastegate, I'm gonna be running like a wastegate pressure, and then having one for when I'm doing autocross, and then after that one for when I want the full killing machine. When I want the car to try to kill me every time I'm touching the throttle pedal. Hey, so that's the idea there. What we are up to now, it's been about a week. We're working on the engine. Basically, we are in what they call the pre-assembly stuff.
Ekindry is looking for more power for the last 5 months.
What's up? Let's go, Maggie. Thank you so much. Let's go. By the way, all the emotes on the channel are my dog, my fabulous Bull Shepherd, that is such a beauty, and it's all kindred, therefore why she has the artist mark. She said, oh, hype train in the garage, let's go. So basically she did all the emotes in here, so she's the one. She's such an amazing talent and such a good friend, so thank you again, Maggie, for all that, and thank you so much for that tier 1. I appreciate that a lot. So yeah, so basically we are right now in the pre-assembly moment where we are taking all the measurement to make sure we don't have anything off the spec chart. So so far everything's super good, everything is great, and basically once we're gonna be done with pistons, well, connecting rod clearance, we're gonna jump ahead and probably go on to, I think it's validating the push rod length, some spring height on the cylinder head, and then after that it's gonna be probably a super long session of gapping the piston rings. That's gonna be not today for sure, but probably before the end of the week we're gonna be starting to gap the piston ring, which is going to be a bit long. So yep. Now let's keep going. So this is the project. Hopefully in 2 to 3 months we are turning the key and it's starting. So right now I will need the engine and transmission in to make a custom drive shaft eventually, and also to start building the cooling system, the turbo system and everything. By the way, last week you missed that, but that was so insane. We learned how to TIG weld. I can show you the result of that session there. We spent most of the week learning, and at the end of the week we did our first project. Here we go. We modified basically the fuel tank. The camera is not happy, but yeah, we modified the fuel tank here to suit a racework double hanger. So we will be rocking some double fuel pump in there to make sure our engine, our big engine and our big turbo have enough fuel to be happy, basically. Let me try to not kill myself here. So yeah, basically we're gonna be rocking that with a double thing, and what's amazing is that ECU I'm talking to you about is having some of the latest tech on the market, which means for example solid state relay. So no fuse, no relays to control some accessories. Everything is on board, straight inside the ECU. So you just have a straight wire going to the fuel pump, giving the 12 volt with 25 amp of fuse in there. So that's gonna be awesome. And that's also going to mean we're going to be able to control both fuel pump individually with the ECU. So the idea here is to have one fuel pump at all time, and the second one, the secondary one, kicking in at positive boost pressure. So when we reach, let's say 3 psi of boost, the second one will go ahead and turn on, just to provide a bit more fuel and pressure, just to keep that pressure up there when we are high RPM and stuff. This will prevent us from always having like all the current, the electricity voltage through the roof with both pump always running and stuff like that. And that's a thing that the ECU will allow us. One thing cool, when we were thinking of it last week, we realized that if I'm building my setup also properly, I'm gonna be able to have my output 1 as the primary, output 2 as the secondary. But if for any reason, let's say the primary pump fails, I will be able straight on the ECU, and the ECU has some Wi-Fi, so straight with my cell phone maybe, or just a laptop, I will be able to basically go ahead and switch the inputs in the ECU to say, hey, forget about that primary pump, switch to the secondary to be the main. And so if I have something failing, even though I will be like without the dual pump setup, I could just run on one for the meantime to reach home or something like that. So that's gonna be awesome, honestly. I'm really, really hyped for that. But now, if we want to keep going, we need to keep measuring stuff in here. So we're gonna do that. I'm gonna flip the engine and we're gonna start adding cylinder 3 and 4. First of all, I'm gonna mark over there what we have done so far, because we want to make sure, oh, actually they are closed. So as long as they are closed, I'm okay. Perfect. Go. So let's switch to that. Dual side. There you go. By the way, you have a bunch of comments in chat if you want that you can try. There is the hug that you can make a exclamation mark hug at someone. You can also use the flow as a screamer. Basically, this is my girlfriend when we're playing together. Hey, there you go. Let's go. Hey, it's your first time, Blue, using the hug. Nice. Basically, you can use that. You can also use the FLO flow, which is my girlfriend. Every time we're playing together on stream, she's screaming on absolutely every game. So I made a folder full of her scream, and yeah, and that one you don't even need the exclamation mark. You can write flow, and even if you're talking to me, writing a big ass sentence and FLO happens somewhere in a word, it's gonna trigger. So and it's all at random. So there's a bunch of those, and you have also with channel point the random sounds. There is 450 sounds in the folder, and but is picking up from anything in there. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Blue, by the way, you said you reach the number, the point to get your own custom sounds. Have you been thinking about it? You haven't redeemed it, so I think you're not decided yet. So that we're good. That we're good. Now let's tilt the engine. I gotta get to the custom. Oh, I thought you were close. You were closer than that. Oh well. So let's do that. Actually, not too. Oh yeah, we need to put that almost like this. There we go. So from here, we're gonna be lubing our cylinder a little bit. We're gonna decide which one we're putting there, and we're gonna install also our rod bearing in there. So let's go here. Ah, sounds good. All right, so for those ones, I'm gonna go with the heavy one, and I'm gonna go with one of the light one now that we know it doesn't matter really. So I'm guessing they are pretty much all the same. It's just that we're gonna take care of those. Perfect. So gloves are clean. We're gonna start by wiping that a little bit. So yeah, because I want to say your name and I don't have any memory. Pom 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 pom. Jabby. I'm gonna call you Jabby if that's okay. So Jabby, what were you doing on the stream of Toxic? Were you playing games? Were you doing something anywhere like IRL or I don't know? I'm kind of curious because basically usually people rate people that are doing something similar, but I'm guessing there's not a lot of people doing what I'm doing right now, so I'm just kind of curious if you're still there. All right, there we go. That bearings. So this one is upper bearing, so upper one right here. There we go. and a lower one for the cap. There. We're gonna be cleaning those just before throwing them in there, but for now that's it. Just going to make sure upper, so this morning we were concerned about that, but we finally figured it out. And lower. There we go. So with that said, here we are having everything in place. We're gonna be cleaning those dry, just removing a bit of the oil on top of them. There we go. So there's just a bit of dirt on them, so we're just gonna go like this. So cool, honestly. Having a raid, having a hype train this morning. Let's go. We're taking those days. That's fantastic. And that's why I love streaming. Whoa, that was close to a disaster there. My face was probably funny on that one. We throw out the bearing because I applied too much pressure, so I need to go lighter on those. That at least it didn't went to the ground, because that could have been the end of that bearing. Like we could have been obliged to order some more, and these are like $100-something each kit, so no thank you, please. Projects start to cost quite a lot so far, so I would appreciate. Hey, yeah, that's true. I don't even think about it anymore. I just saw the message this morning and I was like, huh, just another day working on the car, you know? But I do appreciate the attention, like people thinking of that and everything. It means the world. There we go. So everything's in place here. Let's lube those cylinder and drop something in there. So now we are going cylinder 3. No, cylinder 4 actually, because basically that's cylinder 3. Basically on the LS engine, it's all the I don't remember how you say it. All the odd number and everything are on the same side. So basically 1, 3, 5 and 7, and on the other is gonna be 2, 4, 6 and 8. So that's what's going on with that. So we are working on cylinder number 3 right here, which we're gonna use with some engine oil to just lubricate it a little bit, make sure that we are having a nice surface to drop the piston in there, like so. Just making sure everything is smooth like butter. So fun thing is, after we are done doing all that, we're gonna be cleaning the engine all over again. So that means this is not going to be in there for a long time, but yeah. So now, as we know, we need to just make sure that we are putting the F here towards the front, and that we're not dropping that right at the bottom of the engine. So just need to go like this, like that, and need to catch that before it hit anything. There we go. So we are here, and oh yeah, I need to open 2 more, in fact 4 more bolts for that, because we are changing all the connecting rod bolts at the same time. I will need to look at Texic what he was doing before. I'm really curious, because it's always weird when some people are coming in here. Yeah, baby, slide that piston into the shaft. Oh no, I was to say something so bad. But you know, we have people in here who need to take care of what we're seeing now. There we go. So that cap here is going to go here. I just need to find out which one is which. I think we're going this way. Yes, we are. So let's throw that in here, like so, like so. All right, just a few threads like that. Now let's move to the other side. There we go. Need to take care not to flip the engine. But here we go. So again, we're going to lube the second cylinder on this side. Not gonna lie, it's quite a fun job to do engine assembly so far. Like, it's not too disgusting. You put some gloves, but like, it's not like old material. Everything's brand new, everything's looking sick. Like, doesn't feel like I'm doing a lot of mechanic, more like some Legos with a few more steps, I will say. So there we go, we have a layer of engine oil. WN, WN, we're good here. So let's drop that in there. Just making sure we are clean. There we go. And now, big face facing forward. Oh, I'm about to. Ow. That hurt. There we go. And 2 more bolts. If you shout out the streamer, it shows their last game, right? Maybe, yeah. Maybe. I'm just not used to doing that, so that's why I'm never thinking of it. Let me try. I need to do that properly also, right? Like a true streamer. I need to say like, all right guys, I'm gonna shout out that streamer who rated us. So it is shout out. Wait. Shout out at Toxic. I'm gonna shout out, make sure you drop a follow over there. Is it showing? No, it's not showing. It's not. It's just doing that. Let's see. I'm too curious. Let's go. We're watching. Oh, he's a Tarkov player. And he was doing some studying, I think, 2 hours ago, yeah. Oh, that's cool. Studying for a quiz, nice. That's cool. But he's a Tarkov enjoyer. Who knows, maybe I killed him. Or maybe he killed me. And they went on and took a look in here, what was up with me, and they were like, oh, He's doing some cool stuff. I hope it's that. Or they were like, ugh, what a noob. Let's give him some help. The murder rate, imagine that. That would be awesome. I mean, I'm putting like, I always think about that, like, you know, I have my VNT_TV on Tarkov, but basically that means some people are probably looking at it like, is that a true TTVer? And I'm not live for Tarkov, but they see I'm doing something else instead. And they might be like, oh shit, that thing's cool. All right, I'm putting you up here and we're gonna spin the engine. Ugh. Might have to lube that. All right, there we go. So we're gonna lug that for good, and we're gonna prepare our little plastic gauge. There we go. That's lock. No chance it's moving. Yep, no. Would it be even safer like this? Yes, I think so. Well, maybe not. This seems safe. Worst case, we're gonna restart. But honestly, yeah, that's what I was saying. Basically, when you think of it, since I'm having my own name for Tarkov, there's people coming by here for sure, and I'm always hoping that at one point someone's gonna drop a follow in here and say, hey, you killed me. I'll look at your channel to see if you were live, and I really dig that tuning stream, and like I just want to see that a little more, and I will be like, hell yeah, getting followers from killing stuff in Tarkov, let's go. Or someone kills me, see my dog tag come in here like, hey bro, the other day I got your dog tag because of that, but like see you're doing some sick stuff, I enjoy cars and blah blah blah. That will be cool. That's my little wet dream. All right, so there we go. Let's move on to cutting some plastic gauge, and then we're gonna be moving forward to actually trying to see if it is an okay thing right now, if everything looks fine for those pistons. There we go, one piece and two piece. The hardest part starting all over again. So we need to release those cap, then put that aside. Oh yeah, we're gonna put our safety though, just to make sure. So safety should be the same on this side here, because we were reaching that second cylinder there. Just want to lock that enough for to make sure we're not throwing the piston down that if we happen to drop it. Well sir, I am done my day of invoicing and have an hour-long commute home. If I miss you later, I'll try to catch you tomorrow. Sounds good. Have a good return home. Be safe, and see you later, Mr. Blue. Hopefully, we're gonna catch each other on Tarkov eventually. Have a good one. Thank you for this morning. Thank you for the gifted and everything. It means the world. There we go. Hell yeah, let's put some plastic gauge in there. So basically now, as you will see, we are removing all over again that, dropping this here without letting it go to the end. That's where I'm really happy to have some small hands. There we go. So that's not ideal. That's really not ideal. So basically we need to bring back that up here. Just lock it without applying pressure to the actual journal of the crank. So there we go. Now I need to access down there that was almost a drop. All right, we are having something there. If I can twist the plastic gauge to this side. Yes. No. There we go, 90 degrees. There we go. Almost put the cap on the wrong side. There we go. So basically right now we're just clamping that by hand, making sure the plastic gauge won't go anywhere. So as you can see, it's quite a long procedure overall, but it's not that hard to do at the same time. It's all about reaching the proper spot right there. So that's what she said, I guess. There we go. Oh, that one we have a good access right now. So we just need to make sure it's as much as 90 degrees as possible, which is perfectly the case right now. Meet that up there. Let's go. Hey, that one was easy. Easy peasy. That one I did a mistake when putting it in place, I think. No, yes, no. No, it's pointing at the front. All right, perfect. And that one, yep, we're all good. Okay, phew. I thought that was reversed, but we're good. There you go. So here we are, we have our thing. So right now what we're gonna do is just twist the engine a little bit to the side so I have a bit of space to work on my side here, and we're gonna start torquing everything. So what I mean by that is pretty simple. We're gonna put the filler gauge in place like we did previously. So if we're taking the same amount, this is the measurement. Oh, I know one thing we forgot to do on the other one. Wait, did we? Technically, I already know that. Measure rod side. With all piston rod assembly removed from the engine. Clean any and all rod bearings and journal. Plastic gauge cell number 1 and 2 on the forward cast. This time lubricating both surface and the journal. Tighten the bolts spec, noting that there is no need to keep the rod from twisting this time. All right, okay, cool. No, we're good, perfect. The clearance and everything, we should be all good so far. So from here, let's take back the 14 and 15, I think it was. So let's try to get the 15 in there. So pushing that to one side, pushing that to another side. There we go. Oh, that one seems a bit looser than the previous one. So we're gonna go with even thicker one. Is 18's going to work? Yes. And that's what we're gonna need to measure, basically. That one, no. Barely, perfect. So we're gonna try to lock with those two here. Let me wash them a little bit. Perfect. And we're gonna try to throw that in there. Maybe a little bit too big. So 0.20 and 0.19 might be the choice. Yeah, no, that's too big right now. I need to force a little bit too much, even for that one. But on this side though, yeah, same. All right, that makes sense. Let's go. 0.16, 18. 18 is kind of doing it. Yeah, 18 will do it. 17 might be even better if I can reach a little bit further down there. Yep, something like that. On this side. Same thing here basically. So let's grab that and let's grab the 16 maybe for that other side there. There we go. So now these are locked, filler gauge in place. Yeah, boy. All right, so now we can start torquing everything up. So here, like I said, I really need to make sure to force towards me so that we are preventing that from moving at all. So there we go. So we're just going to start by crushing the cap in place with the new bolts. There we can just move those to the other side. There. There. So basically I'm really just tightening them to where they stop being loose, and now I'm gonna be able to start torquing. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And from here, we're gonna do the procedure with the 11 mil all over again. So we're going with the angle, and we're gonna be torquing that down. So I should be able to do all of them with just the small one this time. So let's grab the angle torque over here. like so. There we go. So angle torque in place, breaker bar to use that, and we're gonna go with our 75 degrees. Let's go. 75. So the filler gauge, if you don't remember, is just to prevent that from twisting. So it's just helping us. $75. I think that one's gonna be a bit harder to get. Not too bad. Oh, we are already on 0. Let's go. $75. Already on 0 on that one too. Ugh. Engine's flying away. 75, boom. So all of them put together there. This is perfect. So we can remove that and that for now. Throw that away because it's taking a bit of space. And so we need to keep the filler gauge in place, and we can remove those for now. We can unlock them and see how they are doing. So again, we need to make sure we are releasing them towards us. Holy crap, they are intense. I mean, it needs to hold on some explosion, I guess. So far the screwdriver technique is working really well. Oh, that one is okay. No, it's not stuck. Perfect. Might be. Ah, that's what it is doing. Just a few threads, that's why. Oh, we didn't lock the other side when we did it. Ooh la la, could have been bad. If I had dropped that piston on the other side, there was no safety. I forgot to switch the safety. Lol. Now that we have done that, we can remove these. And now we can just go ahead and unscrew those. And remove our piston for some further analysis of the plastic gauge result. There we go. I'm just going to grab that, bring that with me. There we go. So here, with that, like so, and let's do the same thing for that one. Just want to make sure I'm not dropping that on the camera. I think that's where it's hitting first, even though it didn't damage it. Just going to make sure we're not creating something there that we don't want to happen. Holding that like this through the entire engine. There we go. Boom, perfectly centered those are, like so. like that. If we move that around, we have our thing on the journal there. So the best plastic gauge result I think is really here. Oh, I have a girlfriend. Be right back. Food. We have food. Front cam. Front cam. Front cam. Hey, there you go. So workers breakfast wrap and the potato. So we're gonna take time to eat a little bit, and then after that we'll keep going. So at least we are in between two things. So it's not too bad. We have half the engine measured so far. So yeah. And I don't really like people watching me eat, so dual side. Dual side. There you go, way better. Can you set the bottom there? The marks? I think, yes, you can there. So basically these are the plastic gauge marks, so that's what we're going to analyze right now after I finish my breakfast. Because it's 1 in the afternoon and I still hadn't eaten anything, so. Pom, 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 pom. So to everybody in here right now, what are you doing at the moment? Working, chilling, building engines, like any normal Tuesday. I'm so cold this morning. I think there's a bunch of sensor I'm gonna be missing in there. Okay, cause I'm a curious fucker, I'm gonna go watch the end of the VOD when they decided to stream in, to raid in here. One time a French dude just raided here and it was so good. He was like, oh, he looks so lovely, let's go raid him. And I was like, oh. If it's loading. Maybe we won't see that actually. Read. I'm gonna wait for it to load. What a beautiful engine. Okay, let me try something. I realized lately that it seems like my Chrome might have a bit of difficulties down there. Yes, it's opening straight away. Wait for it. All right, let's see.
I can bully constantly for how long. That's important.
Yo, solid sub goal. Said Detroit that happened before you were here. You should be the baby. Yeah. You want to be happy. Okay. Take it. Alright guys, it's fucking noon. I have to go to class. I'm gonna wait out real quick. I got a guy already kind of lined up. His name is VNTA. He's doing a 24-hour stream. He's doing a 24-hour stream. And I killed 3 of his 5. He's actually working on a car right now. Cool. So we're going to send you guys over to him. I appreciate you guys very much. I will see you guys tomorrow morning. Sometime, same place. All right, there we go. There we go. When we were doing the 24 hours.
Tuesdays and Thursdays are going to be 4. And then Monday, Wednesday, Friday will be 3 to 4 hours. And then Mondays and Wednesdays we'll be doing 2 days. So I'll be on at 6 p.m. as well. But for now, I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. I appreciate you guys very much.
Now we know. Now we know. Code. So that's where. Okay, so he killed 3 of my 5 men. Shit! Still quite cool. Like, he came back here, that means. Holy crap. Need to zoom on the chat. That's so nice. There we go, boom. That. I'm almost done, I swear. It's our energy for to keep going. Off the cam, easy. All right, we're almost there. Let's go. Time to keep going. So, what were we up to? We need to measure. I'm gonna actually measure here, I think. Hey, you know what? I'm gonna cut that paper to have it in my hand. it's gonna be way easier. Instead of bringing the whole thing, I just cut one section there, so I have my tolerance right on the side here. It won't be able to, but hey, there you go. So in here we would be a little over 0.2, I would say, if we take that measurement there, and pretty much at 0.2 here. But let's measure on here, dual side. Dual side. There you go. So here, yep, 0.002 confirm on the cylinder number 4. And a little bit over 0.002 on cylinder number 3, which is okay because it's a ballpark. It's if it's getting too close to that 0.003 that is getting a bit scary there, but we are far from that. And by far, I mean not that much, but like basically it's not even close to being spot on with it, so we're good. So we are basically in the ballpark of that, because we cannot reach over 0.0025 ideally, and right now I will say we are in the low 0.002, which is perfect because basically the range starts at 0.00205, so we're not measuring to that amount of precision, but it's giving us a rough idea, and so far so good. So here we go. So I'm gonna be washing that, putting back my gloves first, and I'm gonna be cleaning the surface of all those bearings and making sure we are ready to go for number 5 and 6. Let's throw the garbage away. Oh, that lunch was good. That's exactly what I needed right now. Keep going. A bit of food. There we go. It's not awkward at all to work on an engine. Oh, no, no. Everything's so easy to access. There we go. This is pretty much clean. Still see a bit of something, I think. I'm gonna make sure. Yeah, there we go. And now everything's going to happen in here. Just watching a little bit on the crank. Yeah, we're all good. Perfect. Cool. Now here. Hopla. Let's use our mineral spirit again to clean the plastic gauge on top here. Just making sure that we are all clean. There's like a weird pattern on that one here. I'm hoping it's not going to affect anything. Like just like if there was some fluid, but I think it's just the oil in there that did a spotty pattern. But yeah. Right, so I need to make sure on what side it is going. Hoping I didn't mismatch it. Not that one, but I mean like when I put it on the side, but these are definitely going together. Oh shit, I forgot to note which one was where. So that was the last we removed, which was the cylinder number 4 or 3? 3. Yep, that was cylinder number 3. So 3 was VG and 4 was that other one there. Need to note that cylinder 3 is VG, cylinder number 4. Am I sure about it? Yes, I am. 4 is WN, because I removed the one on this side first, put it on the further part there, so it was WN. Yep, perfect. So this one can go over there, just so we reassemble everything as we plan to. Right after that, did I throw my paper towel away? I think so. There we go, perfect. There we go. And now, WN. There we go. Yep, we're finishing pistons today for sure. Well, at least that part there. Hopefully tomorrow we're gonna get close to having finished with most of the things, which will put us near the end for the engine block, because basically there, once we're done, we have to check one thing there. Then we're gonna be degreeing our cam, which doesn't seem to be too long to do, because with the gauge, the dial indicator, it's gonna be quite easy. And then after that, we're gonna be moving on to valve and cylinder head and push rod. So yeah, hopefully tomorrow we can get all of that done. So right now, if we're moving back to the engine, we're gonna jump on cylinder 5 and 6. So here, again, we're gonna have to block that. I think we're gonna come and block it right around here, like so. Just the opposite of what we did here, basically. So this seems to work pretty well. Again, working towards me in here, so and not to the opposite side. And yeah, that's gonna be pretty much what we're gonna do. So far for now, I'm just going to prepare my stuff. So let me switch you again. up to here. Boom. So there, what we're gonna do is prepare straight away the little piston and ring. Then we're gonna spin the engine, lubricate, throw that in there. So from here, it's pretty much, I have a 80 and 83 here. So let's grab those. And the 80 over there. Boom. So these are going to be our little piston for 5 and 6. Then we're gonna have a 82 and a 81, which is going to be perfect. So that being said, let's throw some bearings in there. All right, that's not ideal, having a tool on top of bearings. So this here upper one, lower one, upper one, lower one, there we go. Yeah, I'm really thinking that there's kind of something wrong with the one I was showing you that had a big pattern at the bottom. That one here. I'd take a picture and send it to the company just to make sure, you know. Paying a few $100s for bearings and maybe having a few that are not in great shape. Let's just take that. Maybe I will send that to Summit just to have their advice on that, because basically all of the other one are in perfect shape. There's just that one that has a pattern straight out of the box. So yep. All right, from now we're gonna clean those with a dry towel because we don't want to lube them. Like so, we don't go too crazy on that, just to remove a bit of dirt there, of grease that prevent rust on the surface, like so. Like so. Like so. Boom. That is done. Time to spin the engine and lube and throw that in there. We are getting super efficient now. So many boxes at the back there. Well, all right, let me check. Someone wrote to me. Is that out of nowhere? Okay. Whatever. Okay, let's go. Let's spin that shit. So we're gonna spin the engine, rotate it so that we have a good excess right around here. So there we go. Full excess from the top. It shows that we're doing a bunch of stuff right now. There's a bit of dust and everything appearing a bit everywhere because we're spinning that so many times and all. There we go. So we are to the third, towards the back. So I prefer to put a little bit more than, well, not too much, not enough, because like You want those pistons to just slip right to their place. So this here is cylinder number 6. I'm gonna throw in there seal 5, seal 6. I'm gonna throw YT in there. YT is the choice. And I don't have to prepare that just yet. So front facing front here. There we go. That said, let's throw that at the back. There we go. Perfectly in spot. We're getting good. It's gonna be something else when we're gonna do with piston rings, but this part right now, so far, is quite easy. With piston rings, we need to compress everything, and that's another story. So let's clean up the bolts. Just to remove any grease and oil on top of them. And then we bring the cap with us. So that should be YT. Yes, it is. Now, on what side are you going, sir? Oh, big one here. Big gap over here. But I do understand why we're gonna be cleaning everything up another time, because basically we're getting a lot of stuff in and out of the engine multiple times. I shouldn't have put that far. There you go. But yeah, we're doing that quite multiple times, bringing a lot of possible contamination with us. So we're gonna be cleaning everything one last time because of that. And after that, it's gonna be the final assembly. So yeah, it does make sense. There we go. Boom. So in here, it's gonna be CK. So every piston are identified, so I'm just making sure everything we're verifying right now is gonna go back to their place. So there we go. Let's use our towel again. Put a bit of engine oil in here. Put this juice. There we go. My eyes is itchy and I don't want to go with my dirty gloves there. Oh, thank you. Whew. All right. Now let's throw that one piston in there. So towards the front, like so. I need to be on that side actually. Yo, that one went smooth in place. There. Let's grab that. Let's clean those threads a little bit. There we go. And the cap. Let's straight in place. So CK, we have both of them looking to each other, which is perfect. There we go. And there we go. Great. Now it's time to flip the engine over to the oil pan. There we go. So now that the oil pan shows up, again, same procedure. We are opening those, putting the plastic gauge in place, making sure that we have a filler gauge that prevent them from moving, and then we're gonna be torquing all of those things together. So first of all, let's just make sure it's not allowed to spin at all, and ideally not like this. So I'm going there. There we go. So that won't move at all. So from here, we're gonna start working our way around. So we're gonna have to open those. First of all, let's prepare some plastic gauge over here so that we are ready to drop that in place. So like I said, for that one, I love to remove the gloves just because I need some dexterity, maximum dexterity, because that's not the greatest thing to do. It's really, really hard not to drop that plastic gauge everywhere. There we go. All right, I don't want to jinx it, but if we're not dropping any to the ground, we are going to have enough plastic gauge with what we were left and basically bought some more for no reason. And just as I say that, I break one in two. So never mind. We're gonna be happy to have some spare. There you go. There we go. Okie dokie, I have that there, let's do this. Whoop, whoop. And here we go, so we're gonna start with that one. Now, I should probably try to lock something in there to make sure we're not dropping that to the ground. Can I make anything happen from here? That's not happening, right? I mean, just that would actually work. Because that will catch it pretty much. There we go. Just having that could prevent it from falling. Perfect. We love that. So I have a safety here. There we go. Oh, I have particles there. Well, just one, so I need to make sure I'm preventing that from getting clamped all together. There you go. So there. I think I'm safe like this. Yes, sir. Go. we go. All right, that one here now. And I don't really have a place to clamp anything on here, so I think I'm gonna YOLO that because I cannot really put any safety right there. Oh, maybe I can. Maybe if I'm opening that up enough. Well, okay, that's... I thought I was receiving an alarm notification right there. Held it. There you go. Great protection right there. I'm just going to twist that to the side there so I have access with my hand. Perfect. Here we go. So we're gonna keep going. Am I able to do anything with that? I might be. Hey, there we go. We might be doing a record right now on how long it takes to make the plastic gauge go in place. Well, actually, like in a positive way. I'm jinxing myself, right? Yes, I am. I'm about to drop it to the ground. All right, there we go. Perfect. Now, all I need to do is to retain that. Keep that there. CK, put them together. All right, there we go. Perfect. Now, with all that done, we need to lock that with the filler gauge and we're gonna be good to go. Hell yeah, brother. So again, we're gonna go with what we had, which was 0.17, 0.18 I think on the last one, and see if it's working. See, this one seems to be a little bit tighter, so we're gonna go with a lower than that. Oh, it was 0.16 actually we used, but I think it was 0.16 and 0.17, but it seems like we're gonna have to go a little bit lower than that. So it's 0.14. 0.14 is a really tight fit, so that's gonna be one. See, I have difficulties to remove it, which is quite good for what we're looking for. And I think we're gonna need to go even lower for the other side. So let's try a 0.13 on the other side. Yep. There you go. So 0.14, 0.13 of an inch. And we're locked. Hell yeah. Perfect. So now, time to torque that again. Like I said, we need to force towards here, just to make sure we're not crushing that. So first of all, I'm gonna be just snuggling them, put them to here where they are not spinning freely anymore. Like so. Same on these ones. Just press the bolt to its place. All right, now time to torque. 1, 2, we're still good there. 3 and 4. With that, you know the rest, you know the drill. It's gonna be the angle torque. So again, we should be able to just go with that one here, like so. There, and we should be able to go like that here, over here. I'm just going to make sure I'm not hitting the table actually. There we go. 75. That's quite rough. Five. Okay, bye, towel. $75. Oh, we were spot on 0 again. Nice. 75. Let's go. Done. So all of them are torqued down now. So that means we can go ahead and pretty much start removing those. I'm gonna remove the towels that went to the ground because I don't want any dirt from my feet in my engine. So let me go ahead, drop that on the side again. Same for this. And here we go. Moving on to uninstalling those. So again, like we did, we're getting good at this. Perfect, it's splitted. There we go. There we go. Perfect, everything's splitted. So we can do that. Come in here and we can start removing those. So we're gonna be unclamping the safety we had here, like so. Put that to the side. We're gonna keep going on removing these things. prevent that from falling like that, but hey, cannot get everything at all time. There we go, good measurement here. That one there, like this. Let's put that to the side. The first one's always harder to get, because basically I cannot use the other cylinder to reach in there. There we go. Like some professional, incredible, wow, wow, wow. Good, time to measure. You can check in here. Yep, we have a good measurement in here. I really prefer to take it in here than on the bearing, but we're gonna take both. So here, what would it be? A little higher than 0.002, just like the rest, but really not at 0.003. So we are really closer to 0.002. So this is the perfect mark. And here, same, a bit over 0.002, but quite far from 0.003. Yep, we're missing like almost a mil from that. So let's go. Both sides are really good. Let me check on here. So basically when I'm putting that mark down there, you can tell that it's a bit less wide than the 0.002, which is the first green mark, but it is wider than the 0.003. So this is what we're looking for, and this is exactly the tolerance the book is telling us is good. At this point, as you can tell, there's no big surprise so far, and that's what we want, because basically there shouldn't be like a moment of drama where we're going like, oh my god, what is that? Because like we send that to the shop. What we're doing is double checking before saying, okay, we're gonna put everything together and make 600 HP. So that's what we're doing right now, and pretty much the only reason we're doing that is to double check, because we don't want to blow the engine right at the first start or the first pull we're gonna do on it, right? So this is the idea here. So I'm gonna clean that like that. I'm gonna clean that side here. It's funny because I was reading a bit earlier on some forums when I was looking for the side of the bearings and stuff like that, and a guy that was working at GM said that a lot of people are getting away with quite a lot of mistakes when rebuilding those, just due to the lack of knowledge basically. But like they are doing a bit of anything and it's still working in these engines, because they are built in a way that it's a bit not dummy proof. Like of course you can blow them, and a lot of people does in the racing industry and everything, but like you can make a few mistakes here and there and it's still a good engine that will work for quite a while. So you're just maybe reducing the life expectancy and everything, but like otherwise you're pretty much up there. But hey, I'm okay with that. I'm trying to make it perfect so that we're not reducing anything, we're just making more power than expected. That will be quite a good goal. All right, we're gonna have 2 more to do, and then we're gonna go and work on something else. There we go. I was to mismatch the sides. Let's try not to do that because that's not ideal. We're gonna have to make sure everything's okay with all of them before reassembling those. But so far so good. Honestly, so far we cannot say anything bad about those. It's crazy how this is working. I'm always amazed. The floating pin system and everything, it's so cool. Reducing the amount of effort at all costs. All right, there we are. Let's prepare our last set of piston actually, because like it's not like we have a choice or anything. It's gonna be this one plus this one. HC hardcore. So with a dry towel, let's clean the surfaces quickly. Just making sure if there's any bigger dust in there, we're gonna catch it. Or if for any reason there was a splatter of liquid there, but there should be absolutely nothing. So these are the upper one, I think. Upper. So there we go. And upper. Lower and HC. There we go, and that one is AI. We have some AI confirm. All right. So here we are, we have that. Let's take the dry towel again, clean those surfaces from any dirt. There we go. That one was still a bit oily there, so you know, just cleaning those, perfect, so that's cool. Let's grab the bolts, and then we're gonna spin the engine, put some oil, and we're gonna be good to go. That almost threw the bolt away. Not ideal, right? All right, there we go. Boom. Poof. We have something here. So from here, we're gonna just clean those threads one quick time. Oh, that one was actually dirty. Yo, that one was quite dirty, to be fair. Good thing we're cleaning those before throwing them in there. Like I said, most of the time it's just the oil they are using to prevent the rust from happening, but better be safe than sorry. And you're supposed to remove it anyway. All right, there we go. All of 4 last bolts are ready to go. So now let's work on the engine side. Oh, I broke the cam. Oh, it's repairing itself. We love that. So we're gonna bring that up. So last main there. Gonna clean it up. I can see it's a bit oily or something. So we're just going to put a little towel through that. not going crazy, just making sure. And then we're gonna lock that. So we're gonna lock from here, I guess. So we're gonna be working from the other side all over again. And we're gonna have that in our way another time. So let's go like this. Like so. This is perfect. This is not going to be in the way. And this is really well locked. Cool. Perfect. So from here, we're gonna go throw that. So we have a plan for that. We don't need that just right now. Gonna spin the engine over and drop the pistons in place. There we go. So that here is number 7. Number 7 is gonna be AI. So I'm gonna note that. Seal 7 AI. Let's lube it first. Just need to make sure I haven't dropped oil on there. No, we're all good. Perfect. Because I thought I saw a drop. And I think I saw one, but it didn't went on the bearing, which is perfect because it needs to be dry. So from here, front of the engine towards the front. Hey, makes sense so far. We're gonna drop that here. Catch it. Slowly drop it in place without catching my fingers, ideally. There we go. We're getting good. So that here. Biggest gap there, yep. There we go. And then that one there, which is going to receive HC, so the AI and hardcore AI all together on one. Oh no, not there. I see a bit of disgusting schmidt. Let's put that in here actually. Like I said, I need to make sure I'm not dropping oil on the bearing surface. There we go. Boom. So from there, hardcore is going in place. Right in the spot. Let's go. Easy. That was like the perfect fit there. So that dots are pointing at the front. And here I have the hardcore. Perfect. All right, let's flip that over. Yeah, I will need to lube that, I think. It will help. All right, so there we go. This is flipped over. Let's use our screwdriver to lock it in place properly. So we said we were going right here, I think. Like so. There we go. Yeah, boy. So this is not going anywhere. And we shouldn't be damaging anything. There we go. Perfect. So, preparing the plastic gauge. Oh, I'm getting old. All right. Hey, that's been 4 hours already. We're on the freaking engine. That's crazy. So it's probably about 2 right now. Let me check. Yeah, it's 13:57. Perfect. So it's 2. I'm gonna try to go up to 3 probably. After that, I'm gonna have to run to the grocery store for our supper tonight and the rest of the week, of course. But yep. So there we go. Let's cut our little things here. Where's my blade? It's there. All right, if we're making it on the first try, we are getting the perfect amount of plastic gauge without opening the last 2 we had. And it's sad because I paid 20 bucks for another strip of it, but at the same time I prefer that than lacking of anything. There we go. I'm gonna drop that in the bag. I'm trusting ourselves. All right. So I'm gonna put the locking system here just to make sure that we are all good. All right, that's gonna be a bit awkward to work here because we're getting far at the back. Let me throw that in here actually. Give us a bit of space. So basically I'm gonna be disconnecting that first one here. There we go, like so. Now all I need to do is to make sure I'm not dropping that away. Something like that. Something like this. From there, if I can successfully make it with some plastic gauge down that, we're gonna be gravy. All right, we're almost there. Oh, come on, stay there. Don't want you to go anywhere else. Oh, there we go. Now all we have to do is to bring it back to its spot there. Let's go. All right, and make sure we're putting that this way. There. There. Perfect. Last one. We got this. So this one I won't be able to lock it. I don't have any place to make it work. So we're gonna go YOLO style. There we go. What's up?
Schwartz just joined the crew.
Welcome! I haven't heard what the bot said as a name, and I'm in the middle of the most scary thing ever. So give me a chance. I'm gonna look at it right after. Oh, come on. Go. Hey yo, Jamal. Hey, what's up? Thank you so much. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome, welcome. Let me give you an overview of what we're doing in here in a few seconds. There we go. Whew. All right. Front cam. Oh, front cam. Hey, the bot, listen to me. Front cam. There you go. Welcome! This is an LS engine indeed. Welcome, welcome in my little garage at my place, at my home. Let me turn off the heater because it's in winter and it's freaking cold in here. So basically, I present you my 1979 280ZX, a Datsun 280ZX that we have been working on since last July. Basically, mechanic-wise, there's gonna be nothing left except the rear differential from Datsun. We're going with a LS swap turbo with a manual conversion in the car with a T56 Magnum on it. So pretty wild. This is the biggest build of my life so far. I've been putting a lot of time on it, and yeah, let me bring you next to the car so you can actually have a good view of it. I'm happy that you find my channel. That's really cool. I really think this is amazing. So here we go. Dual side. We have a full custom subframe in here. And this is from Apex Engineered, basically some bolt-on LS, as you can read here, LS engine mounts with fully custom steering rack and everything. Well, fully custom, not true. I've modified that because this kit is supposed to suit the power steering rack from Datsun, and basically what we have right now is a steering rack from a Fiat 500 and with some inner tie rod from Volvo with a custom half shaft here, and inside it is all from Subaru. We are going to rock a little electric power steering from a Subaru BRZ. So basically all the steering is going to be something from the 2012 and up, I will say. So yeah, we're pretty much refreshing all the mechanic. We're gonna have adjustability on the steering, on the power steering feeling. So we're gonna have like a button in the dash making it possible. And we did a lot of job in here. So basically I patched every hole that was not necessary. There's maybe a few missing, but we're gonna patch that later on. We cleaned the wiring loom, so this is the only wiring loom for now for the body in the car. There's gonna be one independent loom for the engine itself. Remove the battery, put some bulkhead terminal, batteries relocated at the back. All the electronics is around here now, just 3 modules around here, nothing else in the car itself. We're gonna be having the windshield washer bottle eventually there. Willwood master cylinder for the clutch, Toyota brake booster match with Willwood master cylinder for the brake with proportion valve to make adjustability possible, and so on and so on. We have coilovers on the way, big brake kit from Willwood on the way. So yeah, a proper build. Mazda B2200, that's awesome, man. That's so cool. These are the small pickup, right? I'm not wrong, right? They are like basically what was the small one that people are usually stancing, like dropping to the floor and everything. They're so cool if this is what it is. I just need to make sure because I'm having a doubt right now about what I'm saying. Oh yes. Holy shit, you're going rotary on that. That's amazing, dude. Holy crap, that's gonna rock. Are you the 12A? That's from the RX-7 FB, right? The 13B was in the RX-7 FC, and 12A is the one with carbs, I think. It's the rotary with carbs on it, I think. Is it right? Holy crap, that's gonna rock, man. Yo, the sound of that car is gonna be amazing. Holy shit. Whop whop, 10,000 RPM. Like nothing happened. Yes, 12 is the oldest model of RX-7. Yeah, that's what I thought. I've looked at those for a while. Honestly, I wouldn't mind getting into involved with a build of a rotary or something. By the way, this is my first engine swap. This is my biggest project so far because basically we went like crazy and cleaned so many things. I have, just to give you an idea, next to the beautiful T56 over there, that bucket is full of wires that we pull out of the car and that we're not using anymore. So this is all the old electronic from Datsun that we're not even using and everything. We probably save a few pounds of weight right there, but like, yeah, we did a proper cleanup of absolutely everything. There's not a single wire in there that's not useful now, I will say. Like maybe one. I know one that I still need to pull out of the back, but otherwise everything is useful in there. So that's pretty amazing. And yes, so right now we are on the assembly of the engine. Engine-wise, we basically went with a junkyard LQ4. So this is an iron base LS engine. So yeah, cast iron. Pretty much a bit heavier, a bit stronger for doing what we want to do with the turbo and everything. So that's gonna be quite cool. Rotaries are expensive and that's the trouble I'm running into right now. Yeah, fair, and that's about the same reason why I went with the LS instead of like people used to ask me. And just a bit earlier we had a raid of a few people in here and one asked me the exact question that a lot of people ask me. Yeah, but it's a Nissan. Why didn't you didn't went with RB? And by the way, if you're still there, I already forgot. G-Bus, Just Be, I'm not sure. You know who I'm talking to if you're there. But like, I'm not saying that like it was a mean question. It's a totally legit question. But like over here in Canada, basically building an RB25 will cost twice the price of building an LS for less power, basically. So that's a big idea. How much boost? Maximum boost I'm planning to is 15 psi basically. I'm following a few build thread I've looked at, plus a few guys I've chatted with, and basically my recipe right here at 15 psi of boost should give me the goal I'm looking for, which is 600 HP at the wheel in a car that's really too light to handle that. So basically because of that, I'm planning on building everything to 15 psi, 600 wheel HP, but after that tuning it down to probably somewhere around 450 to 500 HP to the wheel, which is going to be a little more fun to drive. In the meantime, I'm actually setting up the suspension and everything, so that's gonna be a big deal. We're gonna rock a little Haltech ECU. I don't know if you've seen their product, but last week they released in pre-order the Haltech Rebel LS, which is especially designed, like the name says, for the LS engine Gen 3 Gen 4. So yeah, nice I kind of messed up and got the wrong studs and can only run 10 psi. I wanted 25, 30. That sucks. Okay, you have a turbo on your 12A. That's crazy. That's cool. Are you carby still, or are you injection with a 12A? I'm curious. But yeah, because basically on my side, well, right now here we have the OEM studs that we can reuse for the main cap, but I just received yesterday the ARP one for high performance. We are probably going to be limited from the rod. Actually, the piston and rods are coming from an LS3, and they are some pretty good and decent unit. They can handle easily up to 400 HP, but since our goal is higher than that, well, they might be the bottleneck of all the build, but otherwise, like, pretty much everything in the engine is prepared for like 800 HP and more. Oh, nice, that's cool. Yeah, the Sniper FI was quite a good option for me too. I was pretty. At some point, I was pretty sure to go, in fact, with the Holy Terminator X for the LS engine, which would have been a really great unit. But knowing that it is like almost 10 years old, I think now, the Haltech stuff is the brand new shit that's gonna make everything possible. And basically, they released it just $100 more than the Terminator X. I don't know if they just went nuts and wanted that market in their pocket and everything, but that's what they did, because basically I was ready to pay up to $2,000 for their ECU, and when I saw that for $1,500, it was a no-brainer, and I just ordered it straight away. The sad thing being, it's only going to be here in about 2 months. But I mean, at this point, I don't even care. Like, I have still so much job on the car that I'm not gonna be waiting for it, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, so the Haltech ECU, one thing crazy is the solid state relay. And I'm not paid by them to say that, by the way. But yeah, the solid state relay in that makes it so ignition, fuel pump, and fan don't require any relays or fuse. Everything is mounted straight into the ECU electronics, so you don't have to bother with that. And you have a 4-channel with a 25 amp output that you can use for whatever you want. And on our side, we're gonna be using 2 fuel pumps, so 2 Walbro 255 in tank, and so we're gonna be able to control both fuel pump from the ECU, which means we're gonna be able to say to tell the ECU a condition like, hey, under 5 psi of boost, the secondary pump is off, but over 5 psi it's on, which means we're not always going to drain a lot of electricity from the car running to a fuel pump at all time. We're gonna have 1 fuel pump for slow driving, and the second pump is gonna be for high performance. Oh, you need a second pump? You want to see what I did on my side, honestly? I don't know if you know about race work, but basically they are doing some adapters that you can pretty much weld to your fuel tank, and it's converting that, because on the Datsun it was an external fuel pump basically from OEM, but I converted that to in-tank fuel pump. Reason for that? Usually it makes the pump last longer because it is getting cooled down by the fuel surrounding it, so it's helping for that. It's really helpful. But yeah, I can show you here. I have a 40 years old fuel tank coming from Florida, and actually let me just throw that in here. Boom, and take the cam. There you go. So basically what you can see here is the racework cap there. That's the hanger. It is ready to fit the Walbro fuel pump in it. So I already have 2 fuel pump with filters and everything stuck in that. And basically you have the steel ring. I can show you one because at first I did a mistake and ordered an aluminum one when I needed the steel one. So basically you can order those rings. that you are just welding to the top. So this aluminum one will suit a fuel cell. If you're going like me with an OEM fuel tank, you can order that, but in steel, weld that to that. So that was my first TIG welding project, and basically once you're done with that, you can just put the cover here in any orientation you want. So you have the output one. Let me show you from a closer distance. So right here, there you go. So you have output 1, output 2, return line. You have a cap if you need to look at anything in there, and you also have the positive, negative for both your fuel pump. So everything is splitted, everything is looking great with that, and so you don't have to worry about anything. So that's a really small and fun unit, if you ask me. So I really enjoyed that. It fit pretty well on top there, so I'm gonna be using that in the car. And the only thing is that I deleted the level sender from basically the fuel tank doing that. So I'm gonna need to probably fit somewhere around here a level sender to just make sure I have a functioning gauge in the car. So that's gonna be something I'm gonna worry about later on. For now, I just want the car to run, drive, and after that, when I'm gonna be removing everything to paint the engine bay and stuff, I'm gonna be worrying about those kind of details. So yep. Now let's keep going on the LS. So here, as you can see, double timing chain to split the stress and everything. So we are going a bit nuts on the build. But yeah, car project like these do cost quite a lot. So it's not I really understand when you're seeing the cost and everything is the plate, the adapter, the hanger, basically, it's Racework, RACEWORK. So Racework, they are an Australian company. You can order their stuff on eBay usually. I did order my stuff from eBay, so it came all the way from Australia to, I said Australia, I said that in French, but yeah, from Australia to Canada, and the import and yeah, the import cost wasn't that bad, to be fair. I think it was like $40. So honestly, not a big deal. All right, we're ready to go in there. Let's torque. So basically now we are doing some plastic gauge to make sure our engine is respecting everything. Yeah, they are doing some amazing stuff, by the way. Everything fuel related, boost related and stuff. They are really doing some proper stuff. I've learned about them from Mod Car Mods and Skid Factory a lot. They are always using their stuff, and honestly, it's just quality. Like, they did a few build at over 1000 HP and everything, and like, holy crap. They are always using that. They have surge tank and stuff like that. I don't want to go surge tank in the Datsun because it's pretty much like smelly usually. Having a small fuel tank inside the car is not ideal. 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. So these are torqued down. Now let's move to the angle torque. See, that's why I'm so happy to stream that project. Like, you, Jamal, you just arrive in here out of nowhere, out of the blue like that, and we have a chat, and hey, boom, I'm giving you like a hint on what you could maybe use for your build. Maybe not, but it's worth checking. And I'm just like, hey, you're just basically having the result of what I had to do, a lot of freaking research, and that's the fun part of it. Like I'm really happy to share anything I found because I'm not a professional, by the way. I'm usually working in the 3D animation stuff. I'm not even a mechanic or anything. I'm just doing that for fun. So that's really a big first for me, all that build. So yeah. There we go. And let's put our 75 degrees there. 75. No, I forgot one thing. All right. We might have screwed up. I was chatting. I forgot to put the filler gauge there. So technically, because of that, my result might not be good at all. All right, I'm going to release them. Since I haven't crushed them fully, we're going to give it a try and see if the results are really far away from what we had at any point. I'm just curious. Since we did a mistake, might as well try to learn from it. Okay, bye. So basically what I did wrong here is just I needed to put a filler gauge on both sides to prevent that from going anywhere, like so. So with that done like this, I can now torque them properly. Three, four. All right, we're gonna give it a shot. Like, I'm not super worried about that, so if the result is all over the place, we're gonna know that we need to take another look at this. But yeah, for now, let's just send it. So 75. Then 75. I hit the cam. $75. $75. Perfect. Actually working on Honda and older Mazda. Nice. Yeah, basically the LS engine, if you're ever trying to build one, what I recommend is for you to grab that book here. That one here. GMLS series engine. It's a how to rebuild. So you have really the entire disassembly process. So you have all the tools you're gonna need, all the disassembly process with picture and everything, all the tolerances, every damn thing step by step. So we are right now in the pre-assembly process where we are basically validating every clearance of the engine. So since we're aiming at a lot of power for that engine, well, not for that engine because those engines are ready to take that, but basically since we're aiming at quite a lot of power, we're really taking care of doing everything. And like I said, since it's also my first one, I'm making sure to give it the proper amount of effort to make everything work great. There we go. So now that these are done, Are you splitting? Yes, you are. Good. Are you splitting? So far, you seems to. There we go. Let's see the result now. There we go. So we can remove that, and we can just remove those pistons. Man, that's gonna be epic. Knowing that also I need to change the tires on it. Those tires right now on the car are, first of all, too small. Second of all, ready to do that epic burnout. So far, I will say that it hasn't changed a damn thing what we just did wrong. So we're gonna check on the other side here if it does have made a big difference. But so far, I'm not too worried about that. Just that basically what I did wrong is without putting the filler gauge in those, it's just that the bearing, the connecting rod cap could have been moving, like twisting a little bit, creating basically, wait, okay, there we go. Basically creating, like, I have the plastic gauge in here. I don't know if you can see it properly right here. There. So with the piston, like if I was to torque all the way, the four of them this way, the cap could have twist, which will create basically a false reading. But even there, I will guess it will make it like, seems like it's tighter than it is actually. So, because it will spread the plastic gauge across. So yeah, let's see. Yeah, I got some really cheap tires on my truck as well. Nice. Well, now, for now, it's just because it's the tires I had since the last, because I owned the car for the last 10 years, but it never ran properly. So this summer, last summer, I decided, hey, you know what? I'm starting to work on that, and it's gonna be freaking epic. And that's what I'm doing. Oh, actually, we'll make it look like it's tighter. And I can see where it drifted. Yeah, we are exactly in the same kind of spot. And that one didn't move because I didn't torque that, so the cap didn't twist as much. And we are in the exact same spot. Let's look on the crank as a double verification there. So I have my mark at the bottom here, and if I'm going to look, just above the 0.002 for that. And here, same exact thing. We are ballpark. I'm not taking that measure again. I know we are straight there. Boom. So we just finished measuring the tolerances on that. So let's clean up. And building an engine, what I realize is that it's a lot of cleanup. You're doing a thing, you're cleaning up right after. I almost fell. There we go. Nice. Height. I don't know if you're in a break right now or not, so I will wait for it to end up before asking you anything else. No, there's a bit of dirt there. Oh yeah, that's what I thought. Welcome back. So yeah, basically what we were chatting about is that, oh yeah, the bearing and stuff and everything. On my side, like I said, it's my first build, but like it's not the only car I have that's worth mentioning. Now I just have a bit of dirt that went in there. I'm not doing something great there, scratching the surface, but I need to remove that dirt. Fuck. There's just a bit of dirt that did a little scratch on the bearing surface that is actually like it is specially designed to be able to absorb that kind of debris, but like it's not supposed to happen now. But the debris is gone, it's just that it did a mark, so hopefully it's gonna be all right. Yikes. Yeah, good idea. It just did a small mark because basically those bearings, as you can see, they are not metal colored but black. It's because they are some performance bearing that has a layer of a soft material on top. So if you're having a little chunk of metal getting in between your bearing and your connecting rod, it can actually go deep in that instead of scratching your crank. So that's the idea here, and basically it just did that with a piece of whatever it was that was on the towel, which is not ideal basically. So yeah, because you want that to happen only if it has to happen inside. But yeah, I'm not too worried though, because usually on the first start this thing is buffing away by itself pretty much, because you are basically rotting everything. So, but it's not the best. There you go. So we're gonna close that. But yeah, honestly, thank you for stopping by. I don't know how you went across that. Were you just going through like the just chatting section and saw an engine and you were like, holy crap, let's go see that? Or was it like something else? Basically, I have a Gen 3 LS engine and I'm using a Gen 4 piston and rod assembly from an LS3. So these are beefier on the rod, and they have a bit more a better design with the floating pin instead of a press pin and everything. So it's a really better design overall. So I had the entire assembly, rotating assembly rebalanced to make sure to prevent any vibration in there. So basically I have, if we're looking back at the engine, I have basically a bigger main pulley at the front, so harmonic balancer. I'm gonna have beefier connecting rod that we just saw instead of what was in that engine at first. And since I'm converting from automatic to manual, I'm gonna have a flywheel instead of a flex plate. So all that combined, I was adding quite a bit of weight through the crankshaft, so everything was rebalanced to prevent any vibration and any undesirable experience in the rotating assembly. So that's gonna be quite a big thing. All right, there we go. Hey, good news guys, we're done with all that in here. So let's take a look to what is the next step front cam. Oh, there you go. So all right, so we are all good here. So rotating assembly clearance is all good. It bothers me so much to have scratched a little bit of that bearing, but I mean, I have to deal with it now. It's I mean, it's not major, it's just like, ugh, I feel like I've done a mistake. I was actually lurking in a buddy's chat, went, took a shower, came back, and you were here. And I was like, holy crap, that's LS. Nice. Oh, you were with Taxic then. Nice. Welcome by. That's cool. So I was talking about one of his mod who asked me, why are you not putting RB in that? And I was like, well, price. Hello, price. 15K, 20K LS RB over here. It's not cheap. All right, with all piston rod assemblies removed from the engine, clean any and all rod bearing and crankshaft journal surface of plastic gauge. Done. Install the number 1 and number 2 rod on the forwardmost crank journal, so cylinder 1 and 2, both sides of bearing surface and the journal. To spec nothing that there is no need to keep the rod from twisting on the journal around. Using a filler gauge, measure the clearance between the connecting rod. Rod side clearance should be 0.03, 0.04 for stock steel or titanium. Stock rebuilds may now remove the piston and rods from the engine. High performance application must have their rods installed during the next several pre-assembly step. Alright, so we're going to reinstall pretty much everything. Let me check. I'm not sure I need to install everything. I need to get the cylinder one installed actually. Everything's gonna be measured there. They do sound amazing. They are ridiculously. Yeah. I mean, they sound amazing. They are amazing to drive. One of my neighbor has a Skyline GTR R2D2 that is not stock. It's making about 550 HP, and I was one of the few that had the chance to drive it, but like properly drive it. I drove it for like 2 hours doing some pool while he was looking at the logs and everything, because he needed someone to drive it and be able to watch the gauges and his Epexy computer controller, like to modify the map. So like a bit of a 90s retro thing, and basically he needed someone he trusted, and I was the chosen one. So I had the chance to drive that, and it's amazing. And being a GTR, you also have the module to choose if you want it fully rear-wheel drive, fully all-wheel drive, and man, when it's at the full 50-50 all-wheel drive thing, holy shit, it is ripping. Like, it is crazy good, the feeling. All right. So we're gonna do whatever like we need to do here. We're gonna reinstall piston 1 and 2, and pretty much everything else is related to that. So we're gonna go through that. So let's go. So what did we say? Piston 1 and 2 were. Honestly, it's just like something else. Okay, XE and CN. So So XE and CN. XE is right here. And CN, I'm gonna go check because basically all my pistons are identified. So CN right there. So I know exactly which one I use to install in there. So that and that. I'm gonna check again for that bearing surface I damaged because I'm feeling bad and I wanted to look at it and feel even more bad. Oh, it's really not that bad when it's dry. I think so far the best thing I ever drove was my dad's RX-7 that went low 8s in the quarter. Holy shit, low 8s, that's insane. That's fast, like, holy crap. We're not even going to be near that. Like, it's RX-7 making that, you're probably in the 1000 HP, right? Like, you have to be, I think, to be low 8 on the quarter mile. Like, I'm not talking was a 1/8 of a mile, but a quarter, that's quite insane. All right there, so which one was which already? Who talked to me on XC was our first, so let's rotate to number 1 cylinder. So I'm going to just straight away lube that, making sure we're clean. Yeah, one of the best car I've drove so far. I'm doing a lot of Auto X, Autocross, so I don't know how you call that around where you live, but basically those layout of cones where every time you're hitting a cones, you're getting a penalty. So I'm doing a lot of that, and I drove a supercharged Mustang 7 that was really well prepared for that kind of activity. Like I know people says Mustang don't turn. It's true until you properly tune them for that. So the guy did that, and it was a 700 HP car that is ripping. Honestly, it's so good. It's just something else. So there we go, lubing. He paid $8,000 for a call, fully built. He slapped a bigger turbo and a G-Force Power Glide, and then he sold it $6,000 as a shell. Holy shit, nice. $8,000 seems quite cheap for the amount of performance he did on that. So here we are. Going to spin that over and start working our way. So cylinder 1 is not going to be that one, it's going to be that one. There we are. Let's split that open, XE being the one. Dual side. So here we go, we're gonna be basically dropping piston 1 and 2 in place and test the clearance in between those. Already kind of did that, but with locking them in place for the other steps, so I don't think they are requiring us to do that for all of them, but let's see, we're gonna read after that. So right now I'm just lubing the bearings because they are saying that we can now do that, so adding a bit of lube. No one's gonna complain about that, right? All right, then drop that in place. Cam is a bit in my way there. There we go. For 5,500 on the view. Yeah, that will be insane, honestly. Let's make sure I was to put that reversed, no good. There we go. Gonna lube that one too. So we're not using assembly lube as it is not the last time we are removing them. It is still the pre-assembly process, so we're gonna wait until we are at the end to basically put assembly lube. And since it is gonna take a while before the car actually starts, so assembly lube is a really good idea when doing that kind of project, and you know the engine once rebuilt and reassembled is gonna be staying for quite a long period without starting. So that's what we're planning to do here. So let's move that to the other side here and drop piston number 2 in place. I think personally so far the cars I drove that were the best power for weight ratio was around 400 and 450. Like so far that Mustang at 700 HP was too violent for some Moto X, which means it was quite cool to drive, but you couldn't be as precise, I will say. Like there was no precision basically involved. Well, no, not true. Is that you're trying to be precise, but it's hard to be. So it's really hard to be, and it wasn't like as fun because of that. Like if you're just having 10% of your throttle pedal that you can use at almost all time, first of all, you have less accuracy on what you're doing. Second, you're not having as much fun because you're basically just using 10% of that pedal. But if you're having a car at 400 HP that you can use actually 100% of the pedal, now we're talking about something really fun to drive. So that's pretty much my stand with that, I will say. Like I prefer a car maybe slightly less powerful, even though right now I'm building a car way too much powerful for its own good. So it's just like I kind of want to have it to see if I can get used to it. All right. There we go. Now let's flip that over again. Like this. Let's lock it in place and torque that to its spot. There we go. So with that done, let's grab the torque wrench. How come is it not? Oh yeah, never mind. So now we don't have to prevent that from twisting. So I'm just making sure they are on their spot and then torquing. There we go. And now again because I want to say it because I'm looking for my tools, the 75 degrees. Here we go. Can I go like this? No, that's going to be in the way, right? There we go. So we're gonna be doing that. So 75 degrees here. You're probably not having a lot of that in your car, to be fair. The angle torque like that, that's really such a, I think, a GM thing. Not that, I mean, I had some in my BMW's head, so maybe not that much of a difference there. 75. And one last that I need the extension for. Boom. We're done torquing those. So let's see how much of plate do we have in here. So we can see that we can move the assembly there. So if you're not seeing that, let me show you even better. Like so. So basically I can move both of those together here. I can split them open also. So that's the gap I need to measure in the center here. So I'm gonna look how they're measuring it in here, right at the top there where it's going, and 0.02 should be the maximum. So let's grab straight away 0.02 and see how it behaves. So 0.02 should be the maximum, where it's a no-go. It's definitely, even when I'm pushing those, it's not fitting. Perfect. So we are not exceeding the tolerance. The truck weighed 2,300 pounds with the big 2.6 liter V6, and now it's at 2,100. Nice. Yeah, basically, I don't know. I need to convert it in pounds. I don't know that one what it is. Let me check. I know the kilos, I don't know the pounds. That car here is all right. So that one, oh, I was converting it, sorry. So that one here, the Datsun with the 6-cylinder, officially on the papers, it is basically just under 2,800, so 2,800 pounds officially. And swapping with the LS, not including the turbo, we're gonna be probably just a little bit above 2,800 pounds, because it's 1,260, well, like 1,260 kilos on the papers. So that's why I'm guessing, and I know the difference is less than 100 pounds. No, not sure. Both engine put side to side, it's that one, the V8 with all the accessories, compared to the 6-cylinder with all the accessories, it's about 100 pounds difference, 100 to 150. So depending on the kind of accessories and everything. All right, so what is the lowest? It's 0.0043, so 0.005 should be fitting in there. Let's try that. It will definitely, 0.005 should be fitting in here. Yes, it is. Perfect. So we already know that we are in the right amount of clearance. So right here, 0.13 is fitting. 14, 15, oh, 16 has a bit, and that I need to force. So it's 0.16, 0.016, which is 3/4 of the tolerances we have the right to be. Yep, so that's okay. Yay, so we are right there. High performance application must have their rods installed during the next several. Okay, stock rebuild may now remove the piston and rods from the engine, but we need that for the rest. Note, steps 20-25 apply to high performance application only. For stock rebuild, skip to step 26. Remove your flywheel holding tool if you have not done so already. Spin the crankshaft over and watch for interference between any portion of the pistons and crank rods and crank. Blah blah blah. Remember that because metal parts will stretch slightly under stress, many clearances will be even less when the engine is running at high RPM. Discuss problems with piston and rod crank interference with your machine shop. We're gonna do that first. Well, that will make sense, but somehow they are not talking about it right now. Well, noting is no need to keep the rod from twisting. Yeah, why are I know I should be doing, but they are not talking about it, which is weird. Let's do that for all of them. Anyway, we're going to be removing that at some point to clean. So let's do it, because it makes sense. Like, they are just talking about number 1 and 2, just like assuming that everything will be even everywhere, but that makes no sense. And if I want to check that there's no interference anywhere, you are more than right. Ooh, that's getting close. The crank and bearings and stuff. All right, let's do that. You're right. We're gonna do it for all 8 of them. We're not chipping out. It's not how we're doing thing here. We love to do everything properly. Let's just relube, because since we're gonna be spinning the engine all around, just want to make sure we're not going to have any resistance in there. There we go. So what is the other VG on 3? That's 4 over there. So on 4 it's gonna be WN. WN is right here. So let's do that. I'm gonna just bring you a little bit to the side here, so that when I'm gonna be dropping that, you're gonna have a nice view. The last hours went by like nothing. Last time I checked the counter on the stream, it was at 4 hours streaming. Now it's at 5. What the heck? I'm gonna lube that bearing surface there. I have a hair on the nozzle there, which is not the greatest. So let's lube that. Let's lube the bearing surfaces here. Same for that one. There we go, and let's drop that. Number 4 going in place. There we go. So at this point, I'm gonna install all of them right now, then torque and verify the gap afterward. That and that. I'm gonna do still the pair just to make sure it's not moving around, like so. We're just re-adding a touch of oil. I said that it was which one now? We are on 3 VG. VG over here. Let's go. Just a hair. There we go. Put a bit of oil in here. And dropping that by the hole. I'm going to catch that here. There. The cap. All right, now let's turn that a little bit over so that we have, aha, that's where it's gonna get funny because it's gonna get hard to keep that in one spot. I'm back, sorry, I had to take the talk to RP. It's all good. It's all good. I was saying you were right. It was a good idea, even if the book is not explicitly saying we need to do that to all of the 8 piston, like measure everything, that it was a good idea to do it anyways, just to make sure we have a good result at absolutely everywhere in the engine, the right clearance. And it just makes sense, like from the beginning we are still measuring everything. Well, I mean, okay, I don't know if I have to, but they are asking me to verify the clearance in between the rods for piston 1 and 2, and then they are not talking about anything else. And I'm like, okay, but at the same time, when you think of it, we are verifying everything for all the rest, but at this point, I will just skip every other pair of piston and just do 1 and 2. It makes a bit no sense. So we're gonna check the clearance for all of them. 1, 3, 5. CK. CK is right here. So I mean, they are not saying that explicitly or anything, and I feel like I could have went with just piston 1 and 2 for all the rest of the stuff, but I'm gonna be basically putting all the piston in and just making sure everything is great everywhere, just as like a safety measure, I guess. and we're gonna end up on that today, I think, because I really need to get out and go for the grocery store before it gets it's the chaos over there, because usually when people finish working, holy crap, it's bad. So I want to try to be there before that time. There we go. Let's drop that one in there. So the front is here. Sorry guys, I'm gonna move you. 4 days a week usually. Right now, basically, I don't have any employment. I don't have a work, so I'm working on that build every Monday to Thursday, pretty much. So that's my ideal when it happens. Like, and usually it's 2 times per day. So I'm normally streaming. Wait a sec, I need to check out something. Yeah, okay. Usually I'm streaming from 9:30-ish, because I have difficulties to wake up early sometimes, but 9:30-ish to 12, and then I take 2 hours of lunch break, and I'm back at 2 to 4.5, 5 usually. So pretty much 5 hours per day I try to do on the car. And like today, you see I'm at 5:13 in one single stream because everything was going well. My girlfriend bring me a lunch during lunchtime, so I was like, oh, let's keep going. I feel like it, so why not? And yeah, and in the last 2 weeks, since we are now on engine stuff, and I feel like it's really fun to do, I was also streaming the Friday, a single stream in the morning on Friday. So yeah, there you go. 246 YT YouTube. I think YT was you, no? Here. The YouTube piston. There we go. So yeah, I'm trying to be quite consistent on the stream, because this is the kind of project you don't want to be spending 12 hours a day doing that at all time, because you're gonna get tired of it. But I'm trying to always do like that 4-5 hours every day on it, so that it keeps moving forward even when I'm feeling a little bit tired of the project, which is not really the case. There was some steps that were painful, rust repair and stuff like that, but otherwise I'm not really feeling tired about the project. It's really like something that I have been thinking for the last few years, so yeah. Hey, what's up, Gab? How you doing, brother? Hope you're doing great. Thank you, thank you. Happy affiliate anniversary, yeah. Yeah, fair. I mean, it's cold here too, winter, but like I have the heater that you probably hear right now, and I have the chance to have a garage, honestly, and the hoist in here, I installed that at the end of my contract at the beginning of summer, especially for that project. That would have been a pain in the ass to do that project with no hoist in here. So the car lift is really the next level improvement I've done to my setup. All right, can we rotate that to get access to the last? Well, yeah, we can. There we go. And so it was AI in 7. And hardcore in 8, the last one, and we scratched it a little. Whee! Lubrication is your friend. Metal to metal is no Gucci. There we go. Where are you from, Jamal, by the way? I'm curious. Where in the world is that Mazda is getting built? Like, I had a guy from Germany last week in here building some hill climb cars, and that was looking pretty hectic, like super fun. So I'm really curious to know where you're from. Not because I'm a freak, so just because I love to see where people are coming from and like how the car community can be all around the world. There we go. And last one to get in there. Hey Gab, are you there? How good is it looking with the piston in it? Even though it's not final, there's a lot of things missing. How good is that? No. Okay. No worries. Nowhere. We're not doing that here. I'm not a fan of NUS. It's gonna be turbo choo-choo noise. Like my old Subaru, but better. There we go. Hardcore is in place. I might have mixed HC and AI here, but doesn't really matter. Anyway, we're removing everything all over again. Not so long. All right, there we go. Now let's flip that, torque them all. Oh, it's so heavy now. All right, so we're gonna be pretty much locking again the thing, and we're gonna do our stuff in here. There we go. That one was not even close of being properly tied in there. There we go. Right, and then we're gonna go ahead and do all the 75 degrees and watch that gap everywhere. Cool, 75 degrees time. So we kind of need to go in here. Let me grab that. Let me grab this. That. All right. Wrong. Assemble here. We're gonna go like this. That's gonna work a bit better. Perfect. Here we go. There we go. 0. $75. 75. 75. 75. There we go. So that one we're gonna be able to look at the gap. So basically when looking at the gap between those, I'm just going to push them to split them open as much as possible. And then you don't want to be pressing hard on it. Like, you shouldn't have difficulties to insert that, but it should just feel like a bit of resistance without being too much. So we're gonna go straight to the point 2. So you see the point 2 kind of want to slip in there. Oh, we are pretty much on the limit there. So the point 2 can slip. Hopefully the point 21 cannot, because we will be almost to the full thing. Just let me look that we have, I forgot about it, that we have everything in place properly. So here we should have that dot, yep. Doing that, if the point 21, we will be straight on top. Yeah, point 21 is definitely not going in there. Point 2 it is, but barely. So see, we have a bit of a bigger gap on that one than those, which is still okay, because we are in the range that is acceptable. Yeah, it's a little bit more close to 0.19 actually. There we go. But that means here it's a bigger gap than here, so it's a good thing we verify all of them. So 0.19 here, you forget about it. Here I can, oh, we are missing, never mind. I'm seeing some stupid things right now, because basically we're missing the part where we need to lock that. And we need to lock it and torque it to 75 degrees. Because we have done it for the first two cylinder, but not the rear right here. There we go. No, that's gonna be still on this side. All right. Oh, I'm getting tired, I think. I need to think about everything I'm doing right now, like a little bit too much. $75. $75. $75. $75. All right, now we can check it. In fact, we can even leave it closed here. Are you gonna keep heat back in the car? Heat, yes. AC, no, because there was already, well, there was one from factory, but none since I've had the car, so won't be a big concern for me. Like, opening windows will do the job. 0.2 now. 0.2 is definitely too big. Let's move down. Point 14, we are pretty much right there, I think. Let's try 0.15. Yeah, no, 0.14, it is 0.014, so that's also bullseye. So je vais gamer. All good, Gab. Have a good one. There we go. So this won't move. Let's torque the last one. No, that's from the other side. Now I need to force, otherwise it's gonna move towards me. Really? $75. Oh, that's perfect zero there. 75. $75. And whoop, that moved, but I know where it was. There you go. All right, let's see that last gap there. What are we looking at? So this is too big, perfect. So we just have one that is a bit limit, but still not over it. Now let's see what we are doing in here. 0.016 seems quite there. Yep, 0.016 it is. Let's go, because 0.017 is not even willing to get there. There we go, we have checked everything. We are here with an engine that starts to look like an engine, even though we're going to disassemble that. You wanna see something cool, guys? Let's check that. Whoa! So we're not going to do that too much because we don't want to scratch our cylinder wall, but look at this. Woo. And what we're going to work on tomorrow is that, the top dead center. But for today, front cam. For today, that's gonna be that. So we've done quite a lot of job today. I'm really happy with how it turns out. Pretty much everything's there. The only thing I'm a bit slightly concerned about is that bearing that I slightly scratched, because bearing surfaces are the most important thing in your engine health. However, I still think it's really not that bad. I'm gonna maybe write to Summit Racing to just make sure if it is tolerable or not, because those guys usually answer pretty well. But yeah, otherwise, everything's in there, everything's fitting great. Every tolerances are pretty much like perfect right now, like they are spot on where we need them to be. So it's really amazing so far, and it feels like we're gonna have a healthy, really good engine. So we're taking that. It's a win. Everything's a win on that right now, so I'm super happy with it. On this, I'm gonna see you all tomorrow for another stream at around 9:30 in the morning. So see you there, guys. I love you all. Bye bye.